That's why we got NetSuite. NetSuite brings all your business systems together in one place, and more than 44,000 businesses run on NetSuite, including Ramsey. And now they're taking the next step with NetSuite Next, making it easier to put AI to work across your entire business. NetSuite Next automates routine work like forecasting demand and following up on overdue accounts. AI is built into everything you do, so you can ask it questions just like you're talking with a member of your team. You'll have the information you need to make decisions faster. And right now, you can try NetSuite Next for free. If your revenue is at least 7 figures, go to netsuite.ai/Ramsey. That's netsuite.ai/Ramsey.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
It's 2 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Well, the National Weather Service has issued another extreme heat warning for the week. Daytime highs above normal, heading north of 110. Meteorologist Sean Benedict says not only will the highs approach record levels, but overnight lows will also be above normal.
We're talking upper 80s to around that 90-degree mark. The combo of the high afternoon temperatures and the warm low temperatures is going to lead to major heat risk.
Benedict says those with health problems should stay out of the heat during the afternoon. He adds daytime highs will stay around 110 degrees through the weekend. The water level at Lake Powell has fallen to a record low. The milestone reached on Saturday follows another record low at Lake Mead. They're the country's largest reservoirs and provide water and electricity for millions of people here in Arizona.
Eyes on education.
The Peoria Unified School District is cutting several books from its K-8 curriculum, including titles about Frederick Douglass and a Latino family. District leaders cited inappropriate content and anti-DEI policies adopted in 2025. Community member Trina Berg said the anti-DEI policy was adopted over fears of losing federal funding. But a judge later ruled those concerns were unfounded.
Right now, we look like a bunch of book banners. And that's not a good look, especially when it's, Frederick Douglass. And the reasoning for the DEI policy was, we don't want to lose federal funding. That's not even an issue at this point.
A spokesperson says the book's removal won't affect lessons on most historical events. To read more Education Solutions stories, just go to KTAR.com/education. The Trump administration temporarily is pausing construction of a border project in Big Bend National Park in Texas. This comes as the head of the agency visits Texas for an on-the-ground evaluation of the border project. This project cuts through Big Bend National Park in southern Texas and has faced fierce bipartisan opposition by critics who say it's marring a pristine environmental area and that the region's rugged and remote terrain already serves as a deterrent to migrants and smugglers. This weekend saw 3 Valley basketball legends earn permanent honors among the all-time greats.
I got to the city in 2004, and I instantly knew this was the place for me.
That's Phoenix Mercury legend Diana Taurasi, widely considered the greatest WNBA player of all time, having her jersey retired and being inducted into the Mercury Ring of Honor.
This place has made me who I am. You guys let me grow, you let me fall, you let me get back up, and you gave me the space to become who I am today.
Meanwhile, Phoenix Suns legends Amari Stoudemire and former head coach Mike D'Antoni were inducted into the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. Both were instrumental in the team's success in the mid-2000s as part of the 7 seconds or less Suns, creating an up-tempo style of play that changed basketball forever. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Released results of an autopsy on the body of actress Hayden Panettiere, who died on Sunday at the age of 36. Here's ABC's Mike Dubusky.
The Greenville County Coroner's Office confirms that on August 16th, paramedics were called to a home for a woman in cardiac arrest. They initiated life-saving measures, but she died at 2:32 in the afternoon. The woman, identified as Hayden Panettiere, was staying at that home temporarily, the statement says. There were no signs of trauma, but the exact cause of death is pending further investigation.
Let's get a check on traffic. Well, let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center and welcome back to Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tolleson with a crash blocking the right-hand lane, I-10, Papago Freeway westbound near 99th Avenue. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 southbound near 16th Street, and a quick look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a vehicle fire on 52nd Street and Broadway Road. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
All right, we already mentioned that we're under an extreme heat warning again this week with 110 or more each day, 111 expected today, 92 the overnight low, 112 on Tuesday, and 111 on Wednesday and Thursday. Very slight chance of shower by Thursday. It's 110 in Scottsdale. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com. This is Give-a-thon Week. Join us in helping Phoenix Children's provide life-saving medical care to kids who need it most. You can text GIVE to 620-620 and become a champion of hope. Text GIVE to 620-620. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. 2 till 6. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour #1.
A lot of people would call it the best of the hours.
Excuse me, what is your name again?
Yeah.
Welcome back.
Well, thank you.
How was your week off?
It was lovely, thank you.
It was lovely?
Lovely. I was in Vermont.
What are you doing in Vermont?
Colorado. My brother lives in Vermont. Well, he has a place in Vermont.
Oh.
We were up in the mountains in the middle of nowhere.
Here's
how
weather
Vermont
good?
we were. Yeah, it was nice.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Here's how Vermont it is.
Uh-huh.
Across the street from the dirt road, by the way, he lives on.
Oh, nice.
Are maple trees with the little lines running from them where they're gathering the sap to make maple syrup. Can you get more Vermont than that?
But if you're walking around, can't you get clotheslined by one of those things?
Well, yeah, but they're blue. You can see them, I guess.
All right.
Yeah, be careful.
Yeah, that's super Vermont.
That's very Vermont.
Did you bring back some maple syrup?
I can neither confirm nor deny. And by the way, I don't know what the legal limit is of consuming maple syrup and or maple products.
Oh,
but I got to be close to it.
Oh,
good for you.
All
Everything
right.
comes with maple.
Sounds delicious.
Hey, it's Give-a-thon week.
Yep.
Biggest week at the radio station.
Oh, it's fantastic.
All right. So Phoenix Children's, this is a huge week for us, for the Valley. Make sure you're texting the word GIVE to 620-620. Start off the week with your donation to Phoenix Children's before you forget. And remember, on Friday, both radio stations, Arizona Sports, KTAR News, will be down at Phoenix Children's all day long.
Yeah.
For the biggest give-a-thon for a children's hospital in the entire country.
Yeah, that's not an exaggeration.
So we're excited.
That's not hyperbole, as they say. It literally is the biggest one.
You and I went to visit some of the kids there a couple weeks ago, and we're ready to go.
That we are. And we love sharing some of the stories and hearing from some amazing people down there. Again, we're talking about all week. We'll be out there on Friday. So I apparently am not afraid of this, and neither are you. But more and more folks are getting a little bit concerned, worried about taking vacation. The no vacation nation. A lot of folks out there, 20% say they worry that if they take a vacation, basically work is going to figure out we can live without you.
Yep.
And when they come back, there won't be a job.
I got a friend who said maybe a couple weeks ago that the boss came in and said, we're having some cuts. And you're not safe.
What? Why would you say that to somebody?
I think they're just letting them know. It doesn't mean they're all. Put it this way. If your boss says that, you're getting fired.
I was going to say,
right.
If they come in and go, okay, so there's going to be some cuts around here, and I just want you to know you're not safe. So, that means you're out. So you're done.
My friend said, he called me and goes, I got a vacation in a week. What do I do? Oh, I don't know. I don't know whether you cancel it. I don't know.
Oh, man.
So I know that some of that stuff is going on.
It is.
There are cutbacks. We're going to, the economy certainly isn't great. And I think that people are looking at their jobs, not to the point where my friend is looking at his job. He's like, oh, crap, I'm not going to be here.
No, that's like
maybe in a
red
few
lights blinking and
Right. But I do
serious.
hear, and it happens in economies that are, do I
Sure.
take a vacation? Should I cancel? And I'm a big, listen, I've always said it, it does, take your vacation.
Take your vacation.
You've earned it.
Yep.
If they're going to fire you, they're going to fire you.
Yeah.
Take your vacation. You're a better worker. You're a better employee after you go on vacation.
Clear your head a little bit.
Yeah,
Get
yeah.
away. You're yeah.
I'll ask you this because you used to be a boss.
Yeah. I don't remember holding it against people.
That's the
I don't
question.
remember holding it against
Would you hold it against somebody?
Yeah. Can I tell you what I did hold against people?
I would love to know.
People that I thought were sick all the time, specifically on like Mondays.
Oh,
you know?
yeah.
I after a while, I'm like, is it just a coincidence you're sick every Monday?
Oh,
like that's a little. I'm starting to question what you're doing on the weekends.
Okay. All right.
Okay. So that I can. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But vacation that you've earned and can take. Yeah. I mean, and by the way, if you work somewhere where the boss holds that against you, I think you're working for the wrong boss too.
Yeah.
I mean, that says something about the people you're working for. And I realize that a lot of folks are like, well, yeah, that's the jobs that are out there, or that's the place that I'm at. But I mean, you're going to be limited in your opportunity and success there anyway, based on just the way they're treating people who want to take earned vacation.
So I think, if you dive deeper into this, you've got to get into the mind of the employee.
Okay.
Okay. Why are you skipping vacation? Is it the current economic? We're not in a crisis, but we're in an affordability crisis. That's the economic.
We know that some people said that they've had to scale back their vacation plans. Instead of maybe getting on a plane or taking a trip, it's going to be something maybe a little bit closer to home.
Right. But if you take your vacation,
yeah,
high prices are still going to be there when you come back.
Yeah,
your job's most likely going to be there when you come back.
Mm-hmm.
Are you trying to kiss the rear end of the boss to say, listen, this job is so important to me in this period of time that we're in as a nation that I want you to know as a boss, I'll just forego the vacation. I'll come into work. And maybe that's how you stand above others.
Exactly. You stand out.
You're showing how dedicated you are.
Right.
I'm not going to, you've got to see how
work?
much. I don't think it does.
You don't think it does, Becky Lynn?
I do not.
I think if they've made up their mind on like who's the good worker and who we can live without, your upcoming vacation ain't
Not
going to
gonna
change
matter.
that.
Yeah.
I just don't think it
I've
will.
never felt guilty going on vacation. I will never feel guilty.
Yeah.
Why did you used to?
But I used to feel guilty as the boss.
Okay. But why you get a vacation too?
Yeah, but
especially since you're the boss.
But it was so first off, I could not relax because I could only think about what it was going to be like when I came back.
That's fair.
And I can't imagine what my inbox is going to look like or how much mail is going to be stacked
Or
up.
what about having to work ahead?
Yeah.
To make sure everything's covered
Taken care of.
and then it's like it's harder to me to go on the vacation.
Mm-hmm.
It's more work than to just stay here and do it. That's another problem.
So I struggle
you
less being on this side of the conference room
Becky
table.
Lynn, what you said was what my wife always said when she was a teacher.
Yeah.
It is harder to get a sub. You have to prep for the 5 days that you're going to miss. And she said it's not worth it.
No,
it's too hard.
It was, yes. And I've run into things like that from time to time. It's like, how can I if I'm going to be gone for a week, I've got to have a week's worth of work done before I take that week.
Yeah.
So you're doing 2 weeks worth of work in 1 week.
That's not fair.
Exhausted.
And you wonder, is it worth it? I mean, again, I would just say I think there's plenty of jobs out there that you have enough stress, you have enough issues. You're missing time with your family probably already. If you have that chance to take a vacation, those are going to be the things you remember more than what you did when you skipped the vacation.
Yeah, but I think that people are saying, what is it, 20%? What is it?
Yeah, about
20% of people say, I'm not going to go on vacation.
1 in 5, yeah. And a quarter of them say we're taking less vacation than we did last year. So if you were gone 2 weeks last year, maybe you're only doing a week this year.
Well, there's a new poll. Most U.S. voters say they become worse off under Donald Trump. It's hard
I think
to
economy has to have something.
Yeah,
to do with it.
it's hard to argue that.
Yeah.
So we have less than 3 months until the midterm elections, and all the poll numbers are going in the wrong direction for Trump and the Republicans. And so, we had job numbers that came in 2 Fridays ago in negative territory.
Mm-hmm.
We've got gas prices going up again because the war isn't going well. And you know what? These companies are looking around and they're saying, we may have to trim. And when you have to trim and you're an employee, maybe, you do whatever you can to hold on to that job. And maybe that's what the 20% are thinking. They're thinking, I'm just going to go in and say, listen, you don't have to find a replacement for me. I'm not going on vacation. We're in tough times. I know you're thinking of cutting back. Remember the story we also did? People will take a pay cut in this day and age, the majority, to stay in their job. Like, if they give you a massive pay cut, are you staying in your job? I mean, some people would never do that. And now it looks like, I'd probably have to do that. And so
you may not have a choice.
You may not. I mean, you have a choice, but the choice is unemployment, and going to look for a job right now is brutal. We had an economist on while you were gone last week. Brutal trying to find a new job.
Mm-hmm.
So as I always call it, you got to white knuckle it. As bad as things could be, you've got to keep your job until things get better.
And I will say this, and I say it, understanding and being respectful of it. The best time to find a new job is when you have a job. So if you are in a job like that, be looking.
Younger generation doesn't feel that way, and I wonder if they do with the type of economy we're in right now. It's like one of those things where the younger generation will say, I will quit this job, and I will go and be unemployed for a while, and I will find something, but it's probably going to take a while. Where you and I are kind of in the same thing. It's like, if you don't like the job you're at, okay, go find another one and leave the job you're at.
Right.
Younger generation doesn't feel that way. They don't feel that putting their mental health in harm's way is worth it in the end.
Got it. All right. Hey, we got a quick check of the headlines. Let's let Becky Lynn get up to speed on that. Coming up next, are white WNBA players being fouled more than black WNBA players? Is it a matter of race? We're talking about it next. It's Outspoken on KTAR.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built Americans' financial foundation on the principle of sound, stable money, a principle later embodied by the gold standard. However, we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have since seen inflation erode the dollar's value. This is Stephen K. Bannon. What is the foundation of your savings? Birch Gold Group has been helping Americans solidify their savings with gold for the past 15 years. They help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. With an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau and countless 5-star reviews, let Birch Gold help build your foundation with gold. To learn more, get your free info kit from Birch Gold by texting SECURE to 989898. That's SECURE to 989898. Take a stand for your financial future. Text SECURE to 989898 right now to receive your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold Group.
Message and data rates may apply.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. It's been 60 days since the U.S. and Iran signed a memorandum of understanding that was billed as the first step to wind down the war in Iran and renegotiate a deal regarding Iran's nuclear program. But no progress has been made, with both sides trading attacks on the other in recent weeks. President Trump is also issuing fresh threats on the Gulf nation of Oman, as Oman and Iran discuss plans to patrol the Strait of Hormuz. At the White House, the president reiterates prior statements he made about Oman and says the U.S. is poised to direct military action to them.
No, I don't think they behaved very well, but we'd handle them very easily, just like we do other things.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. We are under, once again, an extreme heat warning all week long. 111 today, 92 overnight. It's 113 in Avondale. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp. And if you thought electric cars were expensive,
Wait till you hear about the one that just sold for $40 million. Join LaDonna, Harvey, and me for a Tech Tuesday on Arizona's Morning News. Catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel or 92.3 FM.
Gatos, we're rallying for the kids this week. That's right. It is Give-a-thon week presented by the Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi. Every donation helps the kids at Phoenix Children's. You don't have to wait until Friday, which is the extravaganza, the live show down there. You could text the word GIVE to 620-620 right now and become a champion of hope.
Love it. It's going to be a great week.
Oh, it's fantastic.
It's going to be a great week for Arizona.
Yeah.
So we're all looking forward to it, and it is give where you live. That's what I'm going to say all week.
There you
Give where you live. You never know if a child, your grandkid, your little baby, your son, your daughter, it needs that hospital, and it is the best in the country, so let's continue to fund it.
There you go. The WNBA has probably never been talked more about than they have ever since Caitlin Clark came in the league.
She's the best.
Although the headlines the WNBA is generating these days, I don't think are the kind that they would like.
Best thing since Days of Our Lives.
It
General Hospital, I mean, you name it, Melrose Place, all those type of soap operas. The WNBA right now, best soap opera going, hands down, no competition.
And it's being pitched in a lot of different ways. One of the ways is that this is about race.
Yeah,
this is white girls versus black girls.
Yeah, let's pit them against each other.
Well, but, I mean, tell me you've seen that, right?
It's very much out there.
That players like Caitlin Clark and Sophie Cunningham are fouled. They're fouled harder, and they're fouled more often because of the color of their skin.
That's what some people say.
Again, that's the headline.
Yeah.
So you got to leave it up to the people that actually went and took a look at this and said, is that true?
All right, so we're going to answer the question. Are white WNBA players fouled more than black WNBA players?
No, they are not. As a matter of fact.
Then we'll talk about why it seems that way.
Yeah, and they took a look at just fouls, and then they took a look at flagrant fouls.
Right.
Like the one, the ones where people get ejected, and it's obvious, and we've seen some of that. So here's something interesting. Who's gotten the most flagrant fouls in the last 2 years, 2 seasons of the WNBA?
I think if you're like someone who watches it like me only when Caitlin Clark is on TV, then you would say it's Caitlin Clark.
It's Caitlin Clark and Sophie Cunningham. They're getting fouled all the time and getting throat punched.
And I mean,
right?
the ones that I've seen are really flagrant. But
So-
it doesn't mean it's happening more.
Yeah, well, you're just
But
not,
they seem more violent.
we're just not watching because the players who have absorbed the most flagrant fouls are Alicia Gray, Chelsea Gray, and Kelsey Mitchell, all black. So the top 3 players who have been on the receiving end of
a
flagrant
hard
fouls
foul
for the last 2 seasons
are
not named Caitlin Clark and not named Sophie Cunningham.
I mean, I haven't been the one to say it's black versus white.
Yeah.
I don't believe that's it. I think that the women are jealous of Caitlin Clark because of her skill, because of her endorsements, because of the attention that she gets. And what I would say to all the WNBA players is you're lucky to have her because without her, nobody's watching you.
But all I'm saying is the data doesn't support
it.
That she is being targeted uniquely. I think there is a narrative out there. It makes for, what do you want to call it? Good TV, good tension, if you will. But the data doesn't back up the fact that Caitlin Clark and or Sophie Cunningham now are on the receiving end of these fouls more so than other players. It's just not true. But if all you see about the WNBA is a clip on TV where they're pushing a narrative that this is black players versus white players, you go, she's getting the crap kicked out of her every game.
See, when I watch the replays of Caitlin Clark, whether she hits a three-pointer from half court or, she gets flagrantly fouled, they are horrible fouls. But a flagrant is, like, this is the way I see it. She goes up for a layup and they clothesline her.
Yeah, tackle her, right.
I think, and that's a
That's
flagrant.
Okay. And there's different degrees of flagrant.
Right. I see with Caitlin Clark, that well after the play, and even if it's not a flagrant foul, she's just fouled, they go after her 10 seconds after the play, where they're not even in the middle. There's no ball around. Like 5 seconds after, somebody puts their foot on her, or they put their fist in her throat. And it's like, okay, that has nothing to do with the actual foul that was caused at the very beginning. I see it as well after the whistle, she gets tossed around more than anybody. That's what I see.
All I would tell you is, I think if you watched more WNBA, you would have a broader spectrum to judge from.
Right.
And it may not look as flagrant and as uniquely geared towards her.
I think she gets hit more after the whistle than anybody. I still believe that that's the case.
I also saw somebody make this argument, which I think is interesting.
All right.
And this has to do with the men's game also. Who gets fouled more? Players that go to the rim.
Of course.
Players that are charging the rim. They tend to get fouled more. That's where the contact is. And so certain players who get fouled more are also the ones that attack the rim. You don't get fouled as much if you're standing out in three-point land all by yourself.
But she does. Caitlin Clark is fouled out there all the time.
Yeah. Just not more than black players. It's the numbers don't add up.
Numbers lie.
There you go. We can't believe numbers. The check of the headline is on the way. We got Becky Lynn for that. And up next, the Colorado River provides water for roughly 40 million people, including most of Arizona. So what happens when it runs dry? We're one step closer today. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help.
The scariest part was I had a low blood sugar seizure. And so all of my muscles started tightening and constricting.
Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families. The Give-a-thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
All right, so I'm at the grocery store this weekend. I just had to go pick something up real quick. I'm running in there. I'm picking something up. And this man walks up to me, and he's got this massive smile. And I can see him coming from, all the way down. And I'm not thinking he's coming towards me. I have no idea. He's coming right towards me. Big smile. Gatos, look at these. Okay, all right, I see your pearly whites. And he literally thanks me for telling him about Aria Dental Implant Center. So this is a first for me with this. I mean, I haven't had somebody come up who went to Aria and met Dr. Joe and came up and said, you've got, I'm smiling ear to ear now. Listen, if you have broken or missing teeth, that doesn't have to be your story anymore. This gentleman, he was, when someone's smiling and they mean it because you can see it in their eyes, right? This guy was so happy that he had brand new teeth. And the one thing he told me, two things. Couldn't believe the great price at Aria. And two, he couldn't believe he waited so long. Don't wait. If you have a family member, broken teeth, you can get a fixed set of teeth after surgery that same day. So, Aria Dental Implant Center.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Every student deserves choices in their education. This fall, choose the way you learn. Choose flexibility and personalized support. Choose a cutting-edge, award-winning curriculum. Choose Primavera Online, and you'll be choosing a school that's 25 years strong and can give you a high-quality online education. We're tuition-free, accredited, and now enrolling grades K to 12. Enroll at ChoosePrimavera.com. That's ChoosePrimavera.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Let's be honest, the Arizona summers are brutal, but local crime numbers can be even scarier, especially when it comes to protecting your home. If you think that doorbell camera or expensive alarm system is going to keep burglars out, think again. Professional thieves use Wi-Fi jammers, glass cutters to get in and out long before the police are notified. But you know what Wi-Fi jammers and glass cutters can't do? They can't get through Bulldog security screens. Just ask me. I went to Bulldog Security Screens factory in Tucson, where I attacked those screens with everything from a bowling ball to a sledgehammer, and the only thing I broke was a sweat and a baseball bat. Oh, and there's another added benefit. These screens block the scorching UV rays out of your house, and they look terrific because they look and act just like shade screens. You want real protection for your home? Get Bulldog Security Screens for your windows, patio doors, and entry doors. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Bulldog Security Screens. They're tough.
What if your favorite vacation spot was just outside your back door? Dolphin Pools has spent 43 years helping Arizona families do exactly that. Building beautiful pools that turn ordinary backyards into the place everyone wants to be. Highest rated on Google and Yelp in the Valley. No flights, no hotels, no suitcases. Just your backyard done right. Visit dolphinpools.us. Dolphin Pools, your backyard, your vacation.
The Windy City comes to the Arizona desert as the D-backs host the Chicago Cubs at Chase Field starting August 24th. Get your tickets for the matchup at dbacks.com.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
KTAR News now.
It's 2:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn, and we're in for another week of extremely warm temperatures. An extreme heat warning is in effect today. It's going to last through the end of the week.
We're looking at high temperatures around the region, pushing upwards of 5 to 7 degrees above normal, and even coming within a few degrees of daily records.
That's meteorologist Sean Benedict with the National Weather Service, who says a high-pressure system over the state is driving the temperatures up. Benedict adds that overnight lows are going to stay above normal, with the lows dropping to the upper 80s to low 90s. The New York Federal Reserve is reporting credit card balances were up $21 billion in the second quarter of this year. And to explain those numbers, Evan Taylor, Associate Professor of Economics, who joined Arizona's Morning News to say credit card delinquency rates are near 13%.
13% of all credit card debt is more than 90 days delinquent. And that's about as high as it was, in 2007, before the financial crisis.
Taylor adds these numbers are a good description of America's economy, saying families are simply struggling to make ends meet. An Arizona woman accused of having inappropriate communications with a teenaged coworker is under arrest.
31-year-old Quinn Brinkley worked with a 16-year-old boy at a sushi restaurant in Gold Canyon. Court documents state the interactions between the two progressed from workplace conversations to electronic messaging and physical encounters, and Brinkley would later send nude photographs of herself to the teen. The victim also said she was aware he was underage. Brinkley faces 1 count of luring a minor for sexual exploitation and 1 count of furnishing obscene material to a minor. Kellen Shover, KTAR News.
More on this story at KTAR.com. Right now, let's take a look at traffic. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, eastbound near Cave Creek Road. Phoenix with a crash off right. I-10, Papago Freeway, westbound near 99th Avenue. And Phoenix with a crash off left on the on-ramp. I-10, Papago Freeway, westbound near Saravelle Avenue. This report is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Keep your AC running all summer long with a tune-up from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Schedule now at dayandnightair.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Extreme heat warning through Friday night at 8 o'clock. Tonight's low 92. Tomorrow 112, 111 Wednesday and Thursday. And we're at 112 right now in Mesa. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com. It's Give-a-thon week for Phoenix Children's. Become a champion of hope today by texting GIVE to 620-620. Your donation can make a big difference because kids can't wait. Text GIVE to 620-620. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
The opponents of flock cameras say there's a lot more to the story. We'll discuss it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15. Watch on the YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
So, in the last week, I was traveling around, and I spent the weekend up in Colorado. And yesterday, I drove along the 70 freeway, which kind of runs along the Colorado River, going back towards Denver.
Did you do that on purpose?
That's just where the freeway goes.
Is that just where the freeway goes? Because I can see you taking a deep dive.
I did not make my own, no.
Because no one's more interested in water than
I am
you.
very interested. And can I tell you what I noticed driving along the Colorado?
We've got some big issues coming up. Yeah, go ahead. No water in it?
I noticed it was low. And how do I know that? Because it had that ring, where you see the where the water used to be, kind of the ring around the collar still. And I couldn't measure how much it's down, but
it's down.
Less water coming down the Colorado, at least than previous years, and you could see where the water levels used to be.
Well, what was it? A couple weeks ago, we found out about Lake Mead. The largest reservoir by capacity in the U.S. hit a record low. Lake Powell, the country's second largest reservoir.
We're number 2.
Has suffered the same fate. I was watching an ABC News story about that over the weekend. So Lake Mead, Lake Powell, the supply of water for most of the Southwest.
That's not an exaggeration.
As low as it's ever been, can we say?
Yeah.
I think, we can.
Well, how about this? It's as low as it's been since they built the dam to create the reservoir so that we could control water coming down the Colorado and supply the states and communities that needed water to grow out in the West. Yes, it's the lowest since then.
Yeah.
90 years?
It's concerning.
It is very concerning, and it's unclear what the solution looks like.
Well, the solution the federal government said is they're going to give Arizona less water.
30% cut. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was like the negotiated settlement.
That's no good.
No.
No, if we're building like we're building, and I do believe that we're back to building. Remember, we went through the recession in 2008, and the thing was we went through 10 years of not building anything or very little. Well, post-COVID, we've decided to build a lot. I think if you jump in the car and go around, do you see as much desert as you used to? I don't. And you know what? If you're going to build stuff, you need water. And before you build things, you're supposed to have like a 30-year guaranteed supply of water. I don't know how that works, but you know the amount of building that we're doing around all of the different valley cities, it's taken a tremendous amount of water. Plus the new chip plants, tremendous amount of water.
Well, and here's the basic challenge. You can't create more. Like the Colorado River is what it is.
Right.
And for reasons that you can care about or not care about, there's less water coming down the Colorado than there was 20 years ago, 50 years ago, and 100 years ago. Right. It isn't the river it once was. And the original sin was all of the states along the Colorado River made plans by thinking, well, that Colorado is always going to be at this level.
No.
And it's not.
It isn't.
It just, it's a molecule issue. There are fewer water molecules coming down the river.
Well, you say it. You can't make more water. What's there is there. But, we have a planet that is 75% water. And I don't know if we do.
You ain't taking a shower in salt water.
No, but I don't know why we don't do more desalinization.
I can explain it.
Please, go ahead.
It's really expensive.
I understand that. But water.
It may not be an option at some point.
Right.
And we know that in the Middle East, we've learned because of this whole war with Iran, that a lot of the Middle Eastern countries rely on desalination for their fresh water. They live in a desert. Literally,
Sure.
You've seen it. Just sand as far as the eye can see.
Right.
They spend an unbelievable amount of money desalinating water to make it you could use for irrigation or for human consumption. And I don't know if you notice this or not. We're not exactly near the ocean. I mean, we're kind of near it. 6 hours if you drive really fast.
Mm-hmm.
So getting water from the ocean to Arizona probably isn't feasible.
Mexico.
Yeah.
California.
Yeah.
I mean, these are our borders. And
But keep in mind, California, Nevada, and Mexico, who's part of this, they're all concerned about where they're getting their water from. They couldn't care less about Arizona. That's an Arizona problem. You see what I'm saying? And they're in no hurry to help us either, for whatever reasons.
Right. You'd have to do business with them. You have to make it, financially something that they would want to do. And as you said, it does cost a ton of money to do that. But I think we're going to get to a point where it's like, okay, where's the water?
Yeah.
Oh, it's in the ocean. All right, we got to go get it.
Yeah.
That's where the water is. Those levels aren't going down anytime soon.
The plan that I heard that sounds crazy, but might be like the craziest smart plan, is a desalination plant in Mexico.
Right.
Along the Gulf, right?
Pipe it in.
But we pipe the water to California and give it to Mexico, and then they in turn let us take more water out of the Colorado.
Let's do it.
Because building a pipeline,
sure,
all the way up into Arizona might just be cost prohibitive.
Okay.
But yes, we definitely
I'm down for that other plan.
Yeah. Well, and here's the thing. Everything can be done at a price. And will growth be impacted in Arizona and out west if the price of water exceeds the price of energy, electricity? If your water bill is going to be more than your electric bill? Because you could make an argument that we're going to come up with alternative ways of powering things. Is it solar? Is it wind? Is it nuclear? Whatever. We haven't come up with an alternative for water yet. We'll just do it with milk. No, we only have water.
You can't do it with Diet Pepsi.
It won't happen with Diet Pepsi.
No.
That would be a little sticky too.
But when you do look at the latest news and where the levels are, it is concerning. It really is.
I have friends that work in agriculture. So I say this without glee. Agriculture uses about 2/3 of the water we get out of the Colorado River. Will the West, and maybe more specifically Arizona, be able to be able to continue to be a place that grows lettuce and citrus and cattle,
like in Yuma,
right? If the water, if we just don't have enough for the cities, for lack of better terms, will we be able to do that, or should we just grow lettuce where the water already is? I'm just saying.
I know something's going to have to happen.
Something's going to give.
Yeah, because it's just not raining more.
No,
and we're
less
just not
snowpack, which means less melt, which means less coming down the river. And again, saw it with my own eyes, the Colorado this weekend. Check the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. And up next, so which vice president had a conversation with aliens?
This is awesome. I did a deep dive.
Please tell me it was Biden. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, monsoon season. You know what it brings. Dust, allergens, humidity, power fluctuations, all to your home. And, of course, you want to protect your home, your family's comfort, and your HVAC investment. So this August, and we're certainly in the middle of August, we got the Hansen Monsoon Special. So We've got Hanson Family Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Remember, family. They give you the family touch. And that's what I really like about these guys. They are veteran-owned. They are family-owned and operated. And I'm doing business with them. They were just at the house a couple of weeks ago. I got my AC tuned up. They were super awesome. And so I want you to hire them too. But here's the deal. We've had a really active monsoon. It's important to make sure your system is ready, okay, for whatever, Mother Nature throws at it. So I want you to hire them, have them come to your house, make sure your AC is working as best as it possibly can. HansonFamilyPlumbing.com, or you can call 602-609-7161. 609-7161. Hanson Family Air Conditioning and Plumbing, where customers come first and 5-star service is a family tradition.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
We're going to give you $2,500 right now in front of your class.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
The big box testosterone franchises want to squeeze you in on their schedule. Vital for Men is different. We're Arizona's original men's health clinic, open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we accept most insurance. Personalized care, by men, for men. And right now, your first testosterone test is completely free. Stop settling. Call Vital for Men or visit vitalformen.com today. Vital for Men, where Arizona men go to get their edge back.
Hey guys, Dave Ramsey here. Have you opened your electric bill yet this summer? In Phoenix, electric bills can hit hard. And if your home has old windows and doors, it probably seems like you're paying enough to cool the entire neighborhood. That's why I recommend my friends at Window World. You see, replacing old windows is one of those smart upgrades that can actually help lower your power bill while making your home more comfortable during these brutal Arizona summers. And here's what I like about Window World. They keep it simple. No high-pressure sales tactics or confusing special discount. Just beautiful, energy-efficient windows, patio doors, and entry doors at a guaranteed low upfront price. And they come with a true lifetime warranty. Get started today at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KTAR News Flash.
2:46. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. The Pima County Sheriff's Department search and rescue deputies are responding to reports of human remains being found in a desert area. The deputies are investigating near West Ajo Way and South La Cholla Boulevard in Tucson. And they say the remains appear to have been there for an extended period of time. Pima County Sheriff's Department clarifies that at this time there's no indication that they're connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Extreme heat warning through the end of the week. 92 overnight for a low, 112 expected tomorrow. And right now in Phoenix, we're standing at 110 degrees. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com.
It's time for A Little Laugh. Brought to you by Sonic.
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
Spell.
Spell who?
Okay, WHO.
Keep listening for more little laughs during the Give-a-thon. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
When your joints hurt every day and you've been told you need surgery, it can feel like there's only one option. But remember, once a joint is replaced, there's no going back. Before you schedule surgery, get a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Whether it's bone-on-bone arthritis, a torn meniscus, or years of wear and tear, surgery isn't the only conversation you should have. Talk to QC Kinetics about how they use regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients like you here in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. They concentrate tiny healing tools within your body right in the spot that's actually causing the pain. The whole idea is to give you a real shot at holding off on surgery, or in some cases, avoiding it altogether. Don't just accept surgery is your only choice. Call QC Kinetics today for a second opinion. The consultation is totally free. Clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Hey Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Start your engines. It's time to rev up the summer savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, and these truck deals are racing out the door. Get behind the wheel of a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. And for drivers who want serious muscle, the 2026 GMC Sierra 2500 offers 4.9% APR, an extra $2,000, and 0 payments for 90 days, or save up to $11,000 off MSRP. Plus, the 2026 GMC Canyon delivers 3.9% APR, $3,000 more for eligible trade-ins, and you guessed it, 90 days payment-free. Discover the truck of your dreams at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa today, and don't get left in the dust, or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
LaDonna here. Arizona's largest foreign employer and one of our biggest trading partners is about to get popped with a 50% tariff. Are we going to feel the pinch? Find out tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News. Catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Hey, we're just a few minutes away from Meghan McCain joining us. Mondays with Meghan. She'll be live from Washington, D.C., and we've got some questions for her. The war, once again. And, you know, coming from a Navy family, we want to hear some of her takes on what's been going on, at least been reported, going on the USS Abraham Lincoln.
Deplorable conditions.
Yeah.
Just deplorable.
So, Meghan, coming up at 3 o'clock. Mondays with Meghan. So, when we talk UFOs, you get excited.
This is fun.
You are easily excited when it comes to...
It's my source of entertainment. I don't really believe that there are aliens out there, but I kind of like this stuff.
Kind of like it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if it would make you believe in them more or less if I told you that former Vice President Dick Cheney apparently had some communications with aliens.
So there was a man... a whistleblower.
There's a guy. There's always a guy.
Testified before Congress.
Yes.
And said that Vice President Dick Cheney oversaw a detainment situation involving live aliens captured from a crashed UFO.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he told everybody that and spoke about it on the Dr. Phil podcast. Now, I'm telling you that because Dr. Phil apparently he has gone from, you know, like life strategist and TV show, and
what is he now?
He is now he does everything on UFOs.
Okay, so he's gone down that rabbit hole.
Like, yeah, he gets you know, in the government now, it's like 4 or 5 times they've done like a dump of the UFO stuff,
videos or documents or interviews. Yeah.
He's gotten the last 2 tranches of UFO files released to him early.
Well, yeah.
Okay, so he's watching it before we are.
Okay.
And so I don't know if this is a pet project for him or something that he's very interested in, but he is at the forefront of trying to figure out if it's true, if it's BS, you know, and it is Dr. Phil. I mean, you know, he's kind of a goofball, but he's also, you know, everyone knows who he is.
So the whistleblower.
Yeah.
Who was there.
Yeah. David Grush,
I would say, and who, again, says he worked directly as part of this project when Vice President Cheney was there, said that they did communicate with the aliens.
Yes.
But they did it telepathically. He says, I cannot begin to tell you how it works, but there was communication. It was some sort of consciousness communication. I can only imagine. First off, Why are we sending Dick Cheney to talk to the aliens?
Why not?
That's the guy they called Darth Vader, for goodness sake.
Darth Cheney.
Yeah.
That's probably the guy I would send.
Were we trying to scare the aliens?
Yes, I think Dick Cheney was a little scary.
Dick Cheney shot his friend in the face.
Shot him right in the face.
I mean, this is the guy.
This is who I would send.
That's the guy you're going to send. Maybe that's why they sent him.
I think you can't send some guy that's going to be a pushover. These are aliens we're talking about.
Yeah. So, not the vice president I would have thought that oversaw and potentially communicated with aliens while he was vice president.
Yeah. Well, remember the story that George Herbert Walker Bush apparently was told, I don't know if he was president at the time, may have been before, that where they were, how they communicate, a meeting that took place. I mean, somebody came to him, who was high up on all this stuff and just blabbed it all to him. And obviously he kept it secret for the rest of his life, but apparently he knew something of a big meeting between these beings and the United States. Becky Lynn?
I'm just reading some of the information. I have a question.
Oh, please go ahead.
Go right ahead, Becky
I am an
Lynn.
expert on this.
Okay, so Dick Cheney talked with the aliens from a crashed UFO.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Right.
Where are they?
Unclear at this point.
Well, Cheney's dead.
No, I mean the aliens.
He didn't-
If their UFO crashed,
Right.
Where are they?
are
may
they?
have
Where,
them.
where are
These
they?
pilots.
Are they still here?
Maybe we got them.
Did they get back and fix it up
Well,
and take back off
the
and go?
whistleblower says he believes they are still in government possession.
Area 51, maybe?
So they're still living here.
I don't know. I'm
You say
guessing
living.
maybe.
They
I don't know.
killed them? We don't know.
I don't think I
the
killed
questions. The questions.
them. I think I try and learn from them
There you go.
and ask if I can go for a joyride on the spaceship.
It was
Take
crashed.
me for
You
a
do it.
lap. Can we
Take me
just
for
do
a lap around?
Lap
Like
around
to see what
the
Saturn
universe.
looks like. This would be fun.
Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will get you up to speed on that. Up next, why are U.S. sailors literally throwing themselves overboard aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln? We're talking to Megan McCain about it. It's coming up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, so let me share my energy bill with you, okay? Last June, 2025, $460. This June, 2026, it wasn't $460, it was $291. Well, how did my energy bills get so low? Southwest Blinds and Shutters. My wife and I hired them several months ago, and they installed shutters and motorized shades and beautiful blinds. And so, during the hottest time of day, if you shut them, it doesn't get as hot in your house. And I mean, my bill was almost cut in half. It's incredible. So I like the savings on the energy bill from Southwest Blinds and Shutters. And they told me, you're going to save a lot of money on your energy bill. What my wife likes is how it keeps the home private, how it makes the home look cozy. And, these blinds and shutters and shades, they block the heat and the glare, and it keeps the low costs, cooling costs. So you win in a number of different ways when you hire Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Your energy bills go down, and the beauty of your home goes up. Go to southwestblinds.com, southwestblinds.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. GLP start for free at Red Mountain Weight Loss. For a limited time, they're going to waive the startup fee on all of their programs. With Red Mountain, you get lower prices than the big telehealth companies, no hidden fees, specialized diet plans to help you succeed, and expert care from real doctors. So why pay more for less? Get the care you deserve at a price you can afford. See them in person or do it with telemed. They'll ship your medication to your door. RedMountainWeightLoss.com. That's RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
At Train, tough comes standard. But real strength isn't just muscle, it's knowing when to flex. HVAC units tough enough for the extremes, but smart enough to know what's next. We engineer for chaos, so your home always stays comfortable. Train, built strong, engineered smart. It's hard to stop a train.
Train is a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital and Champions of Hope, helping provide funding for the hospital's care, life-saving research, and families in need.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7, all the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Gleason Roofing. This is Jim Sharp, and I don't like to be one of those told you so kind of guys, except to my kids. But I have been talking about a strong monsoon this summer, and I was right. Before the next big storm hits your house, have Gleason Roofing come by for a no-obligation roof audit, especially if your roof is more than 10 years old. You may find, like I did, that you don't need a complete roof replacement. And after Gleason Roofing fixes what needs fixing and doesn't fix what doesn't, you could avoid a future full roof replacement for years to come, saving you tens of thousands in the long run. Gleason Roofing's 25-plus years of doing Arizona roofs means they're experts on what our summer heat and the monsoon's wind and rain can do to your roof, and experts on keeping the inside of your house dry. With Gleason Roofing's flexible financing options like 12 months same as cash for qualified homeowners, you don't have to wait until there's a huge problem either. Get your no-obligation roof audit at GleasonRoofing.com. GleasonRoofing.com. There's a reason people choose Gleason.
And Doug. Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News, now.
It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Arizona votes.
Secretaries of State say they feel abandoned by the DHS Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, which is also known as CISA, ahead of the November midterms. KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live now in the News Center to explain.
CISA hosted an election security call last week with the National Association of Secretaries of State. And Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes accused the agency of trying to protect itself from liability.
They sort of filtered out intelligence as well. None of that had been happening, and very little conversation has happened at all between most of the states, I should say, and CISA. So we've been frustrated with them.
In early 2025, CISA ended federal funding for the Election Infrastructure Information Sharing and Analysis Center that shared threat intelligence and cybersecurity alerts with elections officials nationwide. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
A day before South Korea and the U.S. began their biggest annual joint military exercises, President Trump announced he was scaling back the planned coordinated drills in the Korean Peninsula. The reason? His, quote, very good relationship with North Korea's dictator, Kim Jong-un. ABC contributor and former commander of the U.S. Forces Korea, General Robert Abrams, reminds us this did not work out well the last time President Trump cooperated with the dictator.
North Korea's military is significantly more dangerous today than it was in February of 2019. They have gotten bigger, stronger, and they have more capability.
South Korea has expressed hope the alliance with the U.S., as well as diplomatic talks with North Korea, would continue. Meanwhile, the drills still began on time, and they are set to continue for now.
It's reimbursement. It's reimbursement for money we've already spent.
Today, Governor Katie Hobbs met with the Cochise County Sheriff as she aims to get a nearly $1 billion reimbursement from the federal government to compensate for the last 5 years of state spending on border security. She says most of that money would go back to the Arizona General Fund and a smaller portion directly back to Arizona counties. Last year's federal legislation, H.R. 1, created a grant program where states can apply for the reimbursement. Well, summer is not over yet. The National Weather Service has issued an extreme heat warning through the end of this week, Friday night at 8 o'clock. Daytime highs expected to be above 110 each day, and overnight lows also only dropping into the upper 80s and low 90s. We'll take a closer look at that forecast coming up. Right now, it's time for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia, brought to you by the Attitudes Campus.
It's August 17th, and back on this day in 1877, Billy the Kid kills his first victim. Although only a teenager at the time, Billy the Kid shot an Arizona blacksmith who would end up dying the next day. He was the famous outlaw's first victim. Just how many men Billy killed is uncertain. Billy himself reportedly once claimed he had killed 21 men, one for every year of my life, he said. A reliable contemporary authority estimated the actual total was more like 9. Fleeing his home in New Mexico after being jailed for a theft, Billy became a ranch hand in Arizona, where he met a blacksmith named Frank Windy Cahill. Cahill apparently went too far during an argument, and Billy pulled his pistol and shot him. Fearing imprisonment, Billy returned to New Mexico, where he soon became involved in the Bloody Lincoln County War. In the next 4 years, he became a practiced and cold-blooded killer. Sheriff Pat Garrett finally ended Billy's career by killing him on July 14th, 1881. And it all started back on this day in 1877.
Time to check on traffic in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go to Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near Broadway Road. Phoenix disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 northbound near Dunlap Avenue. And a quick look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on 23rd Avenue and Northern Avenue. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Chevrolet, the heartbeat of America. See Your Valley Chevy Dealers today to get great offers going on now. Find your next vehicle today at Ken Graff Gateway Chevrolet in Avondale. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies, and our low temp, 92 degrees. Tomorrow, 112 for a high, and then 111 Wednesday and Thursday. Very slight chance of some rain on Thursday, and it should be partly cloudy. But right now in Maricopa, 112 degrees. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com. It's Give-a-thon week. Join us in helping Phoenix Children's provide life-saving medical care to kids who need it most. You can text GIVE to 620-620 and become a champion of hope. Text GIVE to 620-620. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Isn't it great that I'm always right?
Speaking up for Arizona.
I do not share that opinion.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show, 2 till 6. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, second hour of the program.
Many people refer to the second hour as the best of the hour.
Happy Give-a-thon week, everybody.
Right.
Phoenix Children's will be telling the stories of children, miracles that happen every single day at Phoenix Children's. And, of course, on Friday, it is morning to night live broadcast at Phoenix Children's, where we will be raising millions of dollars.
That's not an exaggeration.
Millions of dollars.
The largest single day fundraiser for a children's hospital in the United States.
So you can get your donation in now. Text the word GIVE to 620-620. Let's start the week off right, helping as many kids as we possibly can.
There you go. And joining us now, somebody who obviously knows all about Phoenix Children's and the work that they do. But she also joins us every Monday anyway. It's Megan McCain, Mondays with Megan. Hello, hello.
Thank you. What a wonderful thing you guys are doing. Phoenix Children's Hospital is incredible. My best friend's daughter was actually helped there, and she was in the NICU for about a month there, and they did an incredible job taking care of her. It's a really, really wonderful place.
We were at the NICU.
Yeah, we were. We
were there about a
we did a
week
little
ago.
tour, giving away teddy bears.
Yep. Well,
yeah, good for you guys. That's wonderful.
We'll be there. We'll be there. Both radio stations, Arizona Sports, KTAR News, and we're looking forward to it.
So Megan, it's well known that not just your father, but I know your brother and other members of your family have served in the military. We'll talk nice about the Navy. I don't know why your brother went into the Marines. I assume it's a fight. I assume there's a problem around Thanksgiving. I don't know. But we've been hearing all these stories about life aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln. I admit I don't know what to believe or what not to believe, but I mean,
I believe it.
We
I
have
believe
stories
it's pretty bad.
of people jumping overboard, running out of what you call basic necessities. What do you make of this?
Yeah, the reporting on this, I agree with you. Like, there's some really legitimate people like Clarissa Ward from CNN reporting on it. And then there's other stuff that I saw on social media that ended up being a hoax or just something created, with AI on Twitter. But the story about the 19-year-old who, attempted to commit suicide, or at least maybe had cabin fever so badly he jumped off the ship, is just like it's like something out of a horror movie. It's like a horrible, horrible story. And, I think anytime things like that are going on, people should be paying attention. And I also think that, rumors don't start from nowhere. Like, where there's smoke, there tends to be fire, especially in situations like this. And I am very concerned about what is or is not going on. And I saw President Trump say, they should be deployed longer. Like, deployments are no joke. It's like people are away from their family, they're isolated. The food, from my understanding, is not great in the era of Maha. I think food should be a top priority for anyone deploying anywhere, because it'll, feed them and make them have energy, and everything in their life will do better. And it seems like it's a pretty bad situation. And there's already low morale and confusion and fogginess with all things associated with Iran. And I think this is just making it exponentially worse. And my heart is like totally broken for everyone on that ship. I mean, can you imagine? And I think they've been there for like 200 and something days.
Since January.
250.
Yeah.
It's crazy. That's crazy. I'm sorry. It's
no port stops.
No ports of call. Yeah.
250.
That's horrible.
On station.
Horrible.
Yeah, the whole time.
Meghan McCain is joining us Mondays with Meghan. Yeah, Trump said the deployment, quote, wasn't long enough. And it's one of those things where, like, nothing's really going to surprise us anymore about this guy and what he says and all that kind of stuff. But, like, this is like an easy one. You're like, wait, something doesn't, a normal human being would be, that doesn't sound right. Let me dig into it and let me see what we've got going on. But, of course, Hegseth said basically the families who are getting text messages back, they're lying. And Trump wanted him to stay out, even longer. I mean, this guy doesn't give a crap about the military. We heard what he said about your father. It was the most despicable thing that I've ever heard. Well, I like people who don't get caught. Okay. I mean, why are we really surprised, that this is happening to our soldiers? Donald Trump doesn't give a rat's rear end about our soldiers, and we knew that from day one.
I think I'm surprised because he does care about PR and he does care about bad stories. And this is really bad PR. And these stories, like you said, they're sort of hazy right now. There's some that's concrete, some that aren't. Mm-hmm. But I'm sure in the next few weeks when I speak to you, there will be more. Like, journalists are already on this like a dog with a bone. Like, there will be more reporting coming out of this, probably an expose from a notable publication. And if it is the level of a scandal that it sounds like it could potentially be, that will have direct impact on this administration during a time when every reputable polling group is coming out saying that he's in the mid to low 30s, which is historically, as we talked about a few weeks ago, it's the quote Bush line, which means he's at the same approval ratings as President Bush was at the height of the Iraq War when he left his presidency. It's historically low. And again, something is going to penetrate this administration. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the midterms, which looks like for all intents and purposes going to be extremely bad for Republicans. I don't know if it's 28 when, we have, I think, a hell of a issue and an uphill battle, not only with Iran, but a whole host of other issues in the country, from the economy and then just culturally with these weird women's issues that are now being discussed in conservative circles, like very strange reaction to AOC's egg freezing, like things that are just going to make an impact, and all of these things will have ramifications.
Yeah, I've learned more about egg freezing recently than I ever thought I needed to know.
So about. I'm behind. Why does anybody care if she freezes her eggs? What am I missing?
So not to illuminate everyone, there's a big movement within conservative circles and conservative media. It's like the trad wifeification of conservative everything, and it's very trad Catholic. Everyone's converting to Catholicism. I don't have a problem with that. Do whatever you want, but it's very like dogmatic. And part of that is the idea that AOC is too old to have frozen her eggs, that she put her career first, that she wasn't focusing on her family. Every woman's decision about children and having children, not having children is their own. And basically, there are a lot of very notable, famous conservative commentators and analysts saying that AOC is basically a childless cat lady, to use the vice president's term, and that she, I wouldn't say has less value, but is not the kind of woman that they want American women to emulate.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of AOC's politics. I couldn't care less about her eggs. Don't care. Doesn't matter to me.
Well, me either.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I mean, do what you want to do. Women around it.
Live your life.
I think what we need to, I think if we have these conservative pundits that are going on and on about that, why don't you talk about the economy? Why don't you talk about the poll?
They don't want to talk about things that they can't defend.
Why don't you talk about the poll where it says most U.S. voters say they become worse off under Donald Trump? I don't know many people who are better off.
Look, a trans person.
I mean, it's like I'm an independent. Right? If Trump does something well, good. That's good for our country. He's ruining our country because his second term is a disaster. But, I mean, look at the people who are saying finances have deteriorated under Donald Trump. How is anyone going to argue that that's not the case?
Yeah, I just read a data point that the least amount of people are buying homes in the United States of America since 2007. I graduated college in 2007, which is 20 years ago, not to age myself. And people I know are, again, she would not mind that I revealed this, but my co-host on my show, she has two jobs. She works on my show and she works on another show. Her husband has two jobs, and they now can't afford air conditioning to air condition their entire house. And because everything, again, is just more expensive. And this is someone I love, that I know. I hope my bosses pay her more so then she can afford more air conditioning. But this is not like an obscure people necessarily living on the poverty line. This is hitting middle-class people and beyond. And I agree. For me, it's like one of the things that I think we all have to do that, when you work in political commentary is like stick your finger up in the air and see where the wind's going. And all I know is that there is a malaise in the country and an exhaustion. Like there just seems to be like nothing is really getting ostensibly better. The thing that I would point to is like, yes, President Trump has had major culture war wins, but I just don't think that matters when it costs in the same way when it costs $100 for people to fill up their gas tanks and groceries are taking up, I think I read that's like 35% of an average American's income. And, with socialism rising in the tides in the way that it is so much, if Americans don't feel like they have a stake in the American dream and the American economy, I think socialism is poison. But I understand why it's spreading because people are desperate. And so they're desperate for anything that they think could possibly make the economy work for them. And Republicans have to start taking it on the chin and realize our messaging is just royally not landing right now. It's just people are not buying it. And you don't have to believe me and be like, oh, Megan's an anti-Trump person. Look at the data. Look at the polling. Yeah. Look at what people are, suffering. And I can remember talking to you guys about your Thanksgiving food drives and that there was like record numbers of people and eating Thanksgiving dinners. I mean, it's really depressing. And I expected every administration, I expect something more, and I expected to be more hopeful, and I've been so disappointed for basically the last decade.
Megan, can I just follow up on that? So when do Republican lawmakers start to peel away and say, I got to save myself here? I can't keep
midterms.
Only after the midterms. So they're going to keep lying up until then, and then after the midterms, they're going to say, "All right, I'm not for this. This is crazy. I was never for this."
Yeah, and I wish there were more profiles and courage in Congress right now. There just isn't. But I think that there's going to be very bad things happening. I just don't see a lot of, other than, I guess these very extreme socialist candidates like the woman running for governor in Wisconsin aren't winning. But if Democrats, honestly, I always tell people it's just whichever party can act more normal and act like they actually care about the American public will win. And that seems to be a great challenge for both parties. The normal candidate who cares the most will win. And right now, I just think Republicans look pretty elitist, which is ironic given that the demographic of Republicans voters tends to be more lower socioeconomic class.
Megan, sincerely appreciate your time today. Thank you for making time, being generous.
And I'm sorry that this is so maudlin.
No.
I mean, it's a hard
think
time
it's-
in the country right now.
Yeah, I think it's just if you look at the facts, if you look at the numbers, if you look at how people feel, nobody cares about somebody's eggs. What we care about is how much are our eggs at the grocery store
There you
going
go.
to
Those
cost.
are the eggs they care about.
That's what we care about.
Yeah.
And this president doesn't care.
Yeah.
Can I ask you guys just one quick question? Do you have any feeling on who is going to win the governor's race? Because I don't have my feelers in Arizona on that.
I think Hobbs wins. Anything can change, but I think Hobbs wins
just by
five
being normal.
or something. By 5
Again, by
points,
being normal.
I don't know if a lot of people want to give Republicans a win after 2 years of this has not gone well for America.
Well, and
It's not what
Andy Biggs
she's-
was in
yeah.
Congress and part of all
Right.
this.
It's not what she's done.
Right.
It's what, Andy Biggs is tied to Donald Trump, and Trump is unpopular
and upside down in Arizona.
Yeah. So I think Hobbs wins by 5 or 6.
Thank you. Just curious.
We'll see you later, Megan.
Enjoy the rest of your night.
Wonderful week.
Thank you so
Bye.
much. That is Megan McCain live from Washington, D.C. Mondays with Megan. We do it every Monday at 3 o'clock and check in with the world famous Megan McCain. Up next, is there a loneliness crisis going on at ASU? When you go to college, isn't that time when you're supposed to meet people? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. So I can't tell you how many times I've spoken to friends and colleagues that are first-time home buyers who tell me they think they need 20% down to buy a house. And I say, you don't need 20%. They go, yes, I do. I said, no, you don't. No, call the One Mortgage team. They'll tell you. Or they think, you know what? Their credit, it's not good enough. And then I say, well, do you actually know? And they go, no, I'm just kind of guessing. Okay, hold on a second. Stop guessing. This is where many first-time home buyers are out here just kind of guessing. And guessing is what's keeping you from renting for another 5 years. So here's the deal. Call the One Mortgage team, 623-875-9940. You get pre-qualified. It is free. You'll get an answer in just a few hours if you can even buy a house, if it's feasible for you financially. They'll tell you yes or no. They'll talk about some of the programs maybe you qualify for. FHA, VA, down payment assistance. So call 623-875-9940. Call the One Mortgage team, my trusted friends of over 3 decades, and get pre-qualified for free, and then go look at houses. LundMortgage.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:20. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. New government figures show vaccination rates keep going down.
Vaccination rates among kids continue to decline in the U.S. The latest CDC numbers show that 92.4% of kindergartners in the latest school year were vaccinated against measles. It's a drop of 2.5 percentage points since pre-pandemic and leaves over 280,000 kids without protection against the virus amid record-breaking infections. The rate of kids with a vaccine exemption hitting a record high at 4.2%. Yuri Benajad, ABC News, New York.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a look at those roads now. Enrique Garcia is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Litchfield Park, we have debris blocking the right-hand lanes. Loop 303 southbound near Glendale Avenue. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Maricopa Freeway westbound near Broadway Road. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. Make sure your pool electric system is safe and get a pool circuit safety check for $89 from Parker & Sons. Call 602-2-REPAIR. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Extreme heat warning right through Friday night with temps over 110 each day and lows in the 90s. It's 111 in Anthem. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com.
The opponents of flock cameras say there's a lot more to the story. We'll discuss it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15. Watch on the YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Okay, so I'll acknowledge it was a while ago that I was in college. Me at University of Arizona. Gatos at Syracuse University.
It's like Harvard.
the Harvard of New York. Syracuse. There you go. But
both good schools. Both good schools.
But I remember, and it certainly seemed to be a part of the college experience. Maybe let it put it this way. the social aspect of it. As a matter of fact, I remember, hey, you go to college and you're going to classes and all this, but you're also meeting people and you're around folks maybe that aren't from your town or your neighborhood, and you're expanding your horizons and you're running into all these different things. Well, apparently the loneliness epidemic has hit college. Yeah. Even college kids have stopped hanging out, going out, and doing things.
Antisocial.
Yeah.
So is it that you want to stay in your dorm room on your phone? I'm just trying to understand this. Is that what it is? Because I know when I went to college, listen, everybody who goes to college, I was just talking to my niece, Ellie. I've talked about little Ellie forever.
Yeah.
She's 18 and she's going to college.
Wow.
I can't believe it.
Do we know where she's going?
I don't.
Okay.
I forgot the name of the school.
Okay.
But it's on the tip of my tongue. If I remember it, I'll throw it out there. What was I saying? Oh, I was texting with her yesterday. How you feeling? Because, she's going to be going in a week. Excited but nervous. And I said, that's totally normal. That's totally normal. But what I told her was, hey, you got to, you have to study hard. And you're a smart kid. You're going to do that. You're smarter than I ever was going to college. But you have to get out there and you have to have fun. I knew I could do the fun part well. The studying part, not so much.
You had the fun down in spades.
Right. And if I could do it all over again, I would say it'd be a better 50-50 combo.
Okay.
And so that's what I told Ellie. I said, I know you're going to study hard. I know you're going to become a success, but I want you to go out and have fun too. And I said, you have got to balance that. And I said, you got to get out of your comfort zone and be social. Because for a lot of kids our age, hard to be social.
Yeah.
Get out of your comfort zone and be uncomfortable. It's okay because everyone else is uncomfortable.
Let me give you this. There was something called the National Survey of Student Engagement, okay? And they go all around the country and basically interview students. How about this? Senior, MIT. That's where smarty pants go, right?
Very, very smart, yes.
Yeah. Says that he eats alone most days.
No.
I feel like I'm somebody who seeks social interaction, but I would say I'm alone at least 4 or 5 days a week.
That's wrong in college. That's wrong. It can happen, though. It absolutely can.
We're becoming more siloed. We're becoming more...
I mean, I think it could have happened 30 years ago, too.
Yeah.
And again, a lot of it's luck. Well, who do you bump into? Who's your roommate? Or who do you bump into the hallway? Do you say hello? Do you try and make a friend?
Well, I got some data points for you. So we can go back to 1994. How many years ago was that?
Like 32 years ago.
32 years ago.
I went to college so I can do that math. Is that right? Math, right? Did I get that? Anyway,
I'll go with it.
Keep going.
32% of college seniors said they spent more than 6 hours a week partying. Okay? In 1994.
I tell you, that's a low number for me.
And it was a low number. Well, that's an average, probably.
That's a night.
Right? I did 6 hours on a Friday.
If you're doing it right and you're going to Syracuse, that's a night. 6 hours a night. That's what I'm talking about.
That number today, 21%.
So it went from what to what?
32 to 21%.
Yeah, that's no good.
How about this? The percentage of students who said that they spend more than 6 hours a week socializing, face-to-face, friends, whatever.
6 hours?
Dropped another 10 percentage points over the same period. They're not having face-to-face conversations.
No.
They're not going out and doing things. And there is a loneliness epidemic on college campuses.
Does not surprise me.
Yeah, really different. All right. Hey, we got a quick check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's on top of that. And up next, is this economy forcing you to change your vacation plans? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Give-a-thon week is happening.
You can help Arizona kids and families get the critical care they need from doctors, nurses, and people who are really good at making kids feel better.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Wi-Fi.
Give-a-thon.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study.
Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Gear up this fall with the new All-Pro battery by Steel. Tackle any task with 60% more peak power. Exclusively available only at your local Steel dealer. 60% peak power comparison between AP300PC and AP300S.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time. Because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. Awarded Best Attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, Arizona, are you thinking about selling your home? Count with me. 1, 2, 3. 3 days. One massively marketed 72-hour launch weekend, setting the stage for buyers to bid up your sale price. Now listen to this. Sellers using our program have averaged 6.3% higher prices than their neighbors who sold the traditional way. Sell your home in just days for thousands more at 72sold.com.
Hi folks, Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
There's a difference between buying a luxury car and being treated like you did. That difference is Genesis of Chandler. Right now, we're offering special 0% APR financing for 48 months on the ultra-luxurious 2026 Genesis GV80 3.5T and the striking GV80 Coupe. Handcrafted interiors, intuitive technology, effortless power. Own another luxury vehicle? Bring it in. You could qualify for up to $1,500 in additional bonus incentives. Our showroom on South Gilbert Road was built for one thing, taking your time. Sit in it, drive it, ask us anything. No pressure, no rush. Genesis of Chandler, a higher standard of driving and a higher standard of dealership. Visit genesisofchandler.com or stop by 1500 South Gilbert Road.
0% APR up to 48 months on select 2026 GV80 and GV80 Coupe models for well-qualified buyers through Genesis Motor Finance on approved credit. Monthly payment of $20.83 per thousand financed. Competitive owner bonus up to $1,500. Varies by model. Cannot combine with loyalty offers. Excludes tax, title license, $699 document B, $998 protection package, and dealer options. In September 8, 2026. See dealer for full details.
Pick up the exclusive Serpientes Haboob Globe on Saturday, August 22nd, before the D-backs Reds matchup, courtesy of Estrella Jalisco. Get your tickets at dbacks.com.
You know, it's not the most favorite thing I've ever done is paint a home.
Phoenix, you don't want to spend your summer painting, so do what your neighbor Don did. He called Rhino Shield.
It's a single story that was built back in 1998. I've had the home painted about every 4 years.
Rhino Shield's better than paint and formulated for our specific climate here in Phoenix and comes with a 25-year transferable warranty.
Initially, the warranty was probably the most important item I looked at. There's a tremendous value.
So stop painting your home year after year and get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield right now for 10% off the regular price.
I cannot say this about the previous 4 companies that I had paint the home, how beautiful the home looks. It has never looked so good, and shame on me for not going to Rhino Shield sooner.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
KTAR News now.
It's 3:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
It's reimbursement. It's reimbursement for money we've already spent.
Today, Governor Katie Hobbs met with law enforcement leaders amid her efforts to get the federal government to reimburse Arizona for nearly $1 billion. KTAR's Fallon Overstolz is live in the News Center to tell us more.
Last year's federal legislation, H.R. 1, created a grant to give money back to states to compensate for their spending on border security. Now, Governor Hobbs wants to collect more than $900 million through that grant, explaining at a press conference in Sierra Vista to today exactly what she's seeking.
About $700 million of that in our application was state general fund dollars, and then the other $200 million was expenses directly that counties have expended.
And she was joined by Cochise County Sheriff Mark Daniels, who says getting that reimbursement from the federal government is critical. Live in the news center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
The Pima County Sheriff's Department search and rescue deputies responding to reports of human remains being found in a desert area. They're investigating near West Ajo Way and South La Cholla Boulevard in Tucson and say the remains appear to have been there for an extended period of time. But the Pima County Sheriff's Department clarifying that at this time there is no indication that these are connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation. The challenge of putting food on the table today is sapping Americans' ability to save for tomorrow. ABC's Jim Ryan says it's the finding of an Ipsos survey on retirement.
Even the term retirement has taken on new meaning, with nearly half of workers saying they'll probably have to keep doing something to earn money in their golden years. Why? The Ipsos poll found that 64% of non-retirees are more focused on their current situation than on setting aside money for a future without work.
Time to check those roads and your ride. And here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp. US 60 Superstition Freeway. Eastbound near Higley Road, Litchfield Park debris blocking the right-hand lanes. Loop 303 southbound near Glendale Avenue. And Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. I-17 northbound near Dunlap Avenue. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Our extreme heat warning in effect through Friday night at 8 o'clock. We're going to be over 110 each day and overnight lows right around 89 to the low 90s. Right now in Chandler, it's 105 degrees. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com. It is Give-a-thon week for Phoenix Children's. Become a champion of hope today by texting GIVE to 620-620. Your donation can make a big difference because kids can't wait. Text GIVE to 620-620. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Senator Sinema's in some legal hot water. Hi, Joe Huizenga. Whether or not she owes big bucks hinges on how a text message is being interpreted. Becky Lynn and I will talk through it tonight with our legal expert at 6 on Arizona's Evening News. Make sure to check us out on the KTAR YouTube channel.
It's Give-a-thon week. It's the most wonderful time of the year, Gatos.
It really is.
Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi. We are, telling you stories, encouraging you to become a part of what we know is an amazing institution smack dab in the middle of town. That is Phoenix Children.
Give where you live.
Give where you live.
So all you have to do is text the word GIVE to 620-620, taking donations all week long. It starts today, and a lot of you have been on board for many, many years.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes,
yeah.
And the easiest thing to do is just become a champion of hope. $20 a month. A little teddy bear in your name goes right upstairs to a child. They can hold on to it while they're getting a needle, or while mom or dad leaves, they get to hug it, and feel like there's somebody there. So just text GIVE to 620-620. Let's get going.
And I think one of my favorite parts about the teddy bear, aside from seeing these kids grab them and hug them and go over the moon for them, is each one of those teddy bears comes with a little card.
Yeah.
With your name on it.
Right.
The person who donated.
Shows you care.
They literally know who was thinking of them.
Yeah,
and
we're all not allowed to go to the hospital and give teddy bears to little children because, well, nobody does that.
Yeah.
We have a way to actually do it.
Yeah. Listen, we know it's a challenging time for a lot of people. It's why when we talk about raising money, we realize how difficult it can be for some folks. And there's a new statistic out there, a nationwide poll. 53% said their finances have deteriorated since Trump returned to the White House January of last year, year and a half, last 18 months.
You can't argue it. Tariffs have taken, I think, about $1,000 from each individual in the U.S.
Wait a minute. China didn't pay for the tariffs?
They did not.
I was told they were.
No, Mexico did not play for the wall either, but
who can you believe anymore?
At least Trump has done a good job on the border. That I can definitely say. But tariffs, disaster, Iran, complete mess. Your groceries and your gas are up, and so you're not keeping more money. You're not even close to it. in past years. So, inflation was high under Joe Biden. Totally understand that. We had 13% inflation in Phoenix, and that was during COVID.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm fine with blaming Joe Biden for that. It's COVID too, but hey, listen, you got to call it fairly. I mean, if I'm an umpire, yeah, Joe Biden had inflation that was 13%. It's ridiculous. But Donald Trump has been awful for well over a year and a half when it comes to your finances. And the only thing that he can hang his hat on is your 401k, which has been up and down and up and down. But at the end of the day, it's been up. But you can't use that money right now to buy groceries.
Well, I would turn around and say I think the people that are hurting the most are not heavily invested in the stock market either.
There's no question.
It's the people that are struggling to make ends meet or pay for groceries or get a full tank of gas. They're not looking at their 401k. That's not an option for them. They're trying to get through this week.
They're trying to get through the week, right? Are you going to pay the energy bill so you can have AC? Are you going to put gas in your tank? What if you can't do? I mean, it's something that's you'll see it in the midterms. It's why the Republicans are going to get crushed.
Yeah.
Your finances are not as good. Yes, of course, some of you can say, hey, gas prices, okay, I'm dealing with it.
Or I don't care. Yeah, that's great.
And that's okay.
Yeah, there's people that have private jets that don't care either. I get it.
Right.
Yeah.
You can absorb that price. Good. That's good for you. That's fine. Some people can't.
You're in the minority.
I think you're in the minority, yeah.
If the price of everything out there hasn't affected you, you're in the minority. And that's not a bad thing.
Yeah.
But the idea that you have absolutely no concept of how other people are living out there says something about maybe the bubble that you live in.
Yeah, we're talking about borrowing costs. We're talking about consumer goods. I mean, you name it, it's more expensive.
Well, nothing's cheaper.
Nothing is cheaper.
I think I'm not aware of any category where things are cheaper, and this ongoing war is continuing to artificially keep prices high. Continued tariffs, threats of tariffs back and forth is continuing to keep prices high.
Right.
None of this is good for consumers. None of this is good for Americans.
Now, is it easy to get another job in this day and age? No, it's not. It's not easy. I just wrote this down. Hang on. More and more Americans, when they go to the grocery store,
okay,
because food prices are up 33%, by the way. That Americans are increasingly using the buy now, pay later loans to cover the basic expense, like
these
rent.
apps like Klarna and things like that.
Yeah. Water bills, electricity, buy now, pay later. It's not good.
Wow.
It's not good.
No. Checking the headlines on the way. Hey, let's let Becky Lynn get us up to speed on that. All right. Gatos coming up next. Hold on. You're helping me out now.
Coming up next, ladies and gentlemen. This was sad.
Yeah.
Why does Hollywood continue to fail its stars? We had a fallen star last night. We're going to talk about it coming up next.
So, I talk about Trajan Wealth, and I'm lucky to be able to talk about Trajan Wealth. I've known them for so long now. I met Jeff Jr. almost 15 years ago. One little office, and now, wow, look how they've grown. And do you know how they grow? They grow by retaining clients. That's how fiduciaries grow. Yeah, they bring them in, but you got to hold on to people, right? And how do you hold on to clients? You take care of them. You listen to them. You become a source of information, a trusted friend when it comes to finances. That's exactly what Trajan Wealth has done for me, and I know they've done it for other people. Retirement, tax, even estate planning, and they have it all under one roof. That's right. You get clear explanations, no jargon, no pressure, no sales pitch, okay? Honest guidance from fiduciaries who listen. If you've ever wondered, could I be doing better? Am I doing the right thing? Am I on track? Well, call Trajan Wealth and find out. 855-TRAJAN-1. 855-TRAJAN-1. You can also find them online at TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
It's time for a little laugh.
Brought to you by Sonic.
Why did the student eat their homework? Because the teacher said it was a piece of cake.
Keep listening for more little laughs during the Give-a-thon. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
We wouldn't be celebrating America 250 if it wasn't for a strong foundation set by the framers. Hamilton built Americans' financial foundation on the principle of sound, stable money, a principle later embodied by the gold standard. However, we abandoned that discipline in 1971 and have since seen inflation erode the dollar's value. This is Stephen K. Bannon. What is the foundation of your savings? Birch Gold Group has been helping Americans solidify their savings with gold for the past 15 years. They help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. With an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau and countless 5-star reviews, let Birch Gold help build your foundation with gold. To learn more, get your free info kit from Birch Gold by texting SECURE to 989898. That's SECURE to 989898. Take a stand for your financial future. Text SECURE to 989898 right now to receive your free info kit on gold IRAs from Birch Gold Group.
Message and data rates may apply.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, Scorpions.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 3:44. I'm Becky Lynn, and here is what you need to know right now. There's a hearing taking place today related to Nick Reiner, who's accused of stabbing his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner, to death last December. Reiner's fighting for access to his trust fund to pay for his legal fees. Here's more now from ABC's Trevor Ault, who says the financial steward for that trust fund said a California law may bar him from getting the money.
That steward says Nick Reiner is innocent until proven guilty. If he were to be acquitted of his parents' murders, he would get the money then. But they say if they gave him the money now and he were later found guilty, there would be no way of getting that money back.
No date has been set for Reiner's murder trial. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking those roads for us once again. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the exit ramp, I-10 Papago Freeway, eastbound near 43rd Avenue. Mesa with the disabled vehicle blocking the exit ramp, US 60 Superstation Freeway, eastbound near Higley Road. And Litchfield Park, debris blocking the right-hand lanes, Loop 303, southbound near Glendale Avenue. This report is brought to you by Mist America, Arizona's leader in premier outdoor cooling. Text MIST to 620-620 for the 10% off Gato special. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Here to pick up your little camper, too?
Yeah.
Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
Wow, that's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh. That was our little secret.
What's that?
Okay, see that brand new Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
It feels like I got away with something. I only paid...
Whoa, nice.
Yeah.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the Hyundai you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Come on, Katie. We're taking the scenic route to the dealership.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, going on now. Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end September 8th. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I've been talking about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center for years. When it comes to your vision, you want experience, precision, and a team that's done this 1,000 times. They're also the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks and Phoenix Suns, trusted by the pros to keep their vision game ready. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. Visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
It's time for A Little Laugh, brought to you by Sonic.
Why do bees have sticky hair? Why? Because they use a honeycomb.
Keep listening for more little laughs during the Give-a-thon, brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
You know that dripping faucet, that clogged drain or hidden leak? It isn't going to fix itself, and the longer you wait, the bigger the problem can become. Man, did I find that out the hard way. But right now, get $76 off any plumbing repair with Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. At Casa Gavisi, we know those day and night plumbers can diagnose the issue, explain your options, get your plumbing back on track fast. Schedule online at dayandnightair.com. Limited time offer, conditions apply. dayandnightair.com.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, KTAR.com, right side of the page. Here's the Gatos Big Q. Saw this late. It wasn't late. It was about 8 o'clock last night, and I saw it. And it
popped up everywhere, right?
It takes you, you lose your breath for a second because you're like, oh, my gosh, she's so young. Hayden Panettiere lost her life at the age of 36 last night. It looks like it's an overdose. She had some trouble with drugs and alcohol.
I've been kind of open about it.
Very open.
Yeah.
So I ask, which hit TV series will she be remembered for most? Heroes or Nashville? I first saw her in Heroes. And if you don't remember that, it was on NBC. And it was a story about how certain humans were getting these abilities. And she was one of the first to realize that if she, let's say, climbed a building and went to the top of it and threw herself off of it, and she would fall, break all her bones, and then get right back up and straighten out, and she'd be fine. That was her power. You couldn't hurt her. And so that was the first I ever saw of her. And they called her on the show. She was the cheerleader because she was a high school kid in cheerleading. And she was one of the stars of the show. And it was a pretty good show for a while. I never saw Nashville.
Yeah, I'm going to say, though, that I think because Nashville's more recent, I'm going to go 58% Nashville.
Nashville, 54%.
Yeah, pretty close. I think there's an argument to be made, though, in this case, that unfortunately, we add her to the list of celebrities,
young
actors, actresses,
and child actors that ended up growing up, right?
And
in the business.
Hollywood failed them.
Right.
And Hollywood fails these people.
Well, is it Hollywood that fails them? Or is it Hollywood is it like, if you're a child, if you're an actor, you're a child, are you put in these different positions where there's drugs around and there's parties and you got to go to this thing, you got to go to that? And I don't know, is it Hollywood that failed them? I don't know.
So here's what I would say.
Because she had an addiction.
Yes. What happens in a lot of cases, I've seen it in the music industry more.
Yeah, okay.
Okay? Is you have some success.
You get some money that you've never had before.
And you tend to surround yourself with a group of people who are also dependent on your success. Your success is their success. And so they're very hesitant to get sideways with you because then they get cut out. Now they no longer have access, power, whatever it might be. And so you get surrounded by a bunch of people who enable whatever your worst habits are.
Oh, boy.
And whatever your bad... But, I
know.
This is a tale as old as time. Right. I mean, this is not the first thing we've ever heard about. No. Something of somebody young, Hollywood, music star, and struggling to deal with things, and nobody can stamp in and stop them. I mean, we could have lost Britney Spears by now, right?
I still think we might.
But again, you look at something like that and go, how can nobody step in and stop something like this? It's like watching a car wreck in slow motion.
Yeah. She was in the movie Remember the Titans when she was 10.
Oh, my God. That is way in the back.
What do you want?
Is Coach Yost here?
We're busy. Interviewing for head coaching jobs. Gotten 11 offers and certainly no time for you.
I remember her. She was very good. She was very good in that. Heroes, NBC.
From the day I was assigned to protect you.
That's right. I'm just an assignment.
And then Nashville. Let's see here.
It was a mistake. It meant nothing.
It meant nothing.
Nothing.
God, that almost makes it worse. Does it ever mean anything to you?
Yes, it does with you.
How the hell am I supposed to believe that?
Because it's true and you know it. I love you.
I thought she was a very good actress.
But she was.
I thought she was a very good actress. In the things that I saw, she stood out. Very talented, very beautiful, and 36 years old. And I also read last night, I think her brother also died in his late 20s.
I'm going to say, yeah.
Can you imagine that family? They've lost a son and a daughter.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness gracious.
And keep in mind,
unspeakable pain.
There's lots of people that go through addiction and mental health issues who don't have fame and money and success.
Right.
I think we're drawn to stories like this because we think, well, how come you couldn't insulate yourself from that? How come you couldn't stop this from happening? Because you had these resources, you had the ability. And again, I just think Hollywood, for a variety of reasons, tends to fail these kids, these child actors, and it's really, really difficult for them.
Do you think that I think that there are some people that have an addiction and it doesn't matter how many times they go to rehab, that it's going to run their life in some way. They can't recover.
Yeah.
And that's certainly not everybody.
No,
people
I get
have
it.
recovered and lived not perfect lives. They live a good life. They're not drinking. They're not doing drugs and all that.
Right.
But for some people, it's just always going back to it. You mentioned some of the, like River Phoenix. Remember him?
River Phoenix, absolutely.
Corey Haim, Tatum O'Neal.
They struggled and as child actors, and again, everybody kind of watched on.
Yeah.
Gee, I hope they make it type thing. All right. Well, we've got to check the headlines on the way. Let's go ahead and get you up to speed on everything else that's going on. And up next, Colorado River. Yeah. The Colorado provides water for about 40 million people out west, including most of Arizona.
Yeah, right here.
So what are we going to do if it runs dry? Coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, let me give you a great deal from my friends at Aquazona Connecticut. I think it's the best deal they've ever offered, okay? So we're in August. This month, when you call them, ask about something called the K5, all right? It is a water station. I have the Connecticut K5 drinking water station. I purchased it 20 years ago. Certainly still works great for me. Here's the deal. $26 a month, you can have it. $26 a month and you can have it. The Connecticut K5 drinking water station. No chlorine in your water. All that film that you see, that white film you see over, everything, your appliances and all that, gone. Soap scum in the shower, no more. Perfect drinking water, you got it. $26 a month. You're buying bottled water and spending more than $26 a month, believe me. So call Aquazona Connecticut. Tell them Gato sent you. $26 a month. You get the same system I purchased. 602-910-6570. 602-910-6570. Aquazona.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hi, I'm Tim Hall, senior partner at Morris Hall. My mom, Wanda, was a fantastic cook, and she taught me that every great recipe needs the right ingredients. Leave one out, it's just not the same. In honor of her legacy, her kids and grandkids started a cooking club called Wanda's Pantry. Each time we use her recipes, we're reminded that the things that we leave behind can continue to bring people together. Estate planning is the same. A trust, a will, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives all play an important role in helping protect the people you love and give your family peace of mind. For over 55 years, Morris Hall has had the honor of helping over 40,000 Arizona families create plans that protect what matters most. In honor of Mom, I'd love to share one of our family's favorite chocolate chip cookie recipes. Text cookie to 620-620 and we'll send it your way. Then, when you're ready, schedule your complimentary consultation with Morris Hall, where you're likely to find a fresh baked cookie.
Morris Hall, Premier Estate Planning. Visit us at morrishall.com.
Hey Arizona, are you thinking about selling your home? Count with me. 1, 2, 3. 3 days, one massively marketed 72-hour launch weekend, setting the stage for buyers to bid up your sale price. Now listen to this. Sellers using our program have averaged 6.3% higher prices than their neighbors who sold the traditional way. Sell your home in just days for thousands more at 72sold.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. GLP start for free at Red Mountain Weight Loss. For a limited time, they're going to waive the startup fee on all of their programs. With Red Mountain, you get lower prices than the big telehealth companies, no hidden fees, specialized diet plans to help you succeed, and expert care from real doctors. So why pay more for less? Get the care you deserve at a price you can afford. See them in person or do it with telemed. They'll ship your medication to your door. RedMountainWeightLoss.com. That's RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, this is Patricia Valencia. Every year we hear far too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water. Please take just 2 seconds today to help prevent these tragedies. For life-saving water safety tips, visit Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620. And remember, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News, now.
It's 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. The National Weather Service has issued another extreme heat warning for this week. Our daytime highs are going to stay above normal, heading north of 110. And meteorologist Sean Benedict says not only will the highs approach record levels, but the overnight lows will also be above normal.
We're talking upper 80s to around that 90-degree mark. The combo of the high afternoon temperatures and the warm low temperatures is going to lead to major heat risk.
Benedict says those who have health problems should stay out of the heat during the afternoon. Water level at Lake Powell has fallen to a record low. The milestone reached on Saturday follows another record low at Lake Mead. They're the country's largest reservoirs and provide water and electricity for millions of people here in Arizona.
Arizona votes.
Arizona is prepared for the midterms, despite what Secretary of State Adrian Fontes says is a lack of support from DHS's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, which is also known as CISA. KTAR's Heidi Hummel joins us live in the News Center to explain.
Here's what Secretary of State Adrian Fontes had to say about an election security call with CISA and the National Association of Secretaries of State last week.
I think CISA is trying to cover their tail. I think they've realized that without supporting us, we're not going to support them. And so they can't analyze threats because they don't know that the threats are happening.
In early 2025, CISA ended federal funding for the Election Infrastructure Information Sharing and Analysis Center that shared threat intelligence and cybersecurity alerts with elections officials nationwide. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
The Trump administration is temporarily pausing construction of a border project in Big Bend National Park in Texas. This comes as the head of the agency visits Texas for an on-the-ground evaluation of the border project. The project cuts through Big Bend National Park in southern Texas and has faced fierce bipartisan opposition by critics who say it's marring a pristine environmental area and that the region's rugged and remote terrain already serves as a deterrent to migrants and smugglers.
Eyes on Education.
The Peoria Unified School District's new K-8 literature curriculum has dropped several books focused on the lives and experiences of people of color.
Summer of the Mariposas, A Raisin in the Sun, and Narrative of the Life of Frederick Douglass were all cut from the curriculum. The governing board agenda cited district anti-diversity, equity, and inclusion policies, as well as the appropriateness of the material for young children, with the books including racial slurs and physical abuse. Carrie Cooper with the West Valley NAACP said the organization will file a formal complaint against the district.
We want to know why books were removed by black authors. We want to know why books were removed by Latino authors.
A district spokesperson said removing the books doesn't mean they'll cut lessons related to those historical events. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
You can read more education solution stories at ktar.com/education. The social media giant Meta in court again tomorrow, facing a lawsuit from nearly 30 states' attorneys general. ABC's Mike Dubusky explains.
The lawsuit, originally filed in 2023, claims the features on Instagram and Facebook, like infinite scrolling and push notifications, created harmful mental health impacts, especially in children. It says Meta used these powerful and unprecedented technologies to entice, engage, and ultimately ensnare young people. Testimony is expected from Meta executives, including possibly CEO Mark Zuckerberg and Instagram head Adam Mosseri.
Time to check your ride home this afternoon. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Scottsdale with a crash on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, northbound near McKillips Road. Phoenix with a crash on the exit ramp, I-10, Papago Freeway, eastbound near 43rd Avenue. And a look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on Cactus Road and Cave Creek Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
That extreme heat warning is in effect through Friday night at 8 o'clock. Our overnight lows in the low 90s, and we'll be at 112 tomorrow. We're at 111 right now in Paradise Valley. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com. It's Giveathon week. Join us in helping Phoenix Children's provide life-saving medical care to kids who need it most. Text GIVE to 620-620. Become a champion of hope. Text GIVE to 620-620. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Enough of the excuses. I'm tired of it.
Speaking up for Arizona.
For the last time, I'm a hard no.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. 2 till 6. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 3.
Many people call hour number 3 the best of the hours.
Listen, a big week. You're back from vacation. You're not as terse as you've been the last few weeks, I think. I think 5 days off the show is good.
Listen, 1 day away from you is good. 5 is
and you come
manna
back
from heaven.
And we're celebrating Giveathon week.
Yes.
So
what a great time to come back, and I wouldn't miss it for the world.
No.
All this week we're talking about the amazing work that Phoenix Children's done, and also giving you an opportunity to make an impact, to become a champion of hope, and help the kids at Phoenix Children, of course, presented by the Valley Hyundai Dealers and Y Refi. If you want to learn more information, text word GIVE to 620-620. That's GIVE to 620 620. You can do it right now.
Yeah, listen, a lot of you get busy, and the week goes by quick. And so we suggest, a lot of you have been giving for years and years. Do it now. I don't want to say get it over with, but do it now so you don't forget.
Yeah.
Put it in the front of your mind and just text GIVE to 620-620 and make sure that you got your donation in, because so many of you, millions of dollars every year we raise thanks to all of you. So text GIVE 620-620. Let's get those donations going on a Monday.
Yeah. So we've heard a lot about water out here, and anybody who's lived here for any period of time has probably heard stories about water in the Colorado River and the Central Arizona Project, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it's always been something that it's going to happen later. Like, we don't need to worry about it. I think we're actually getting to the point now when we need to start worrying about it. The Colorado River, when you take a look at Lake Powell and Lake Mead up to the north, both of them, congratulations, have reached record low levels. And when I say record low, the lowest they've ever been since they built the dam and created the reservoir.
I'm looking at numbers on Lake Mead and Lake Powell.
Okay.
So let's go 1980. Lake Powell, it says, and there's this graph, and it says they were at about 50 million acre feet.
Okay.
I think that's how high the water was.
That's how much water is contained in the reservoir.
So
they measure it by how much water it would take to cover an acre by 1 foot. I don't know who came up with that
I don't
stupid
know.
measurement.
But let's just say 50 million, right?
Okay, 50 million.
In
the number was 50 million.
Yeah. Today, it is 15 million.
That seems lower.
It is lower.
Okay, I'm no math whiz.
And real quick, I'll do Lake Mead.
Do Mead.
Let's say the year 2000, 25 million acre feet. 25 million, right? Mm-hmm. Now, 8.
So both of these reservoirs, they're both man-made, to be clear, both Powell and Mead. And they were made to prevent flooding downstream. They were trying to control this mighty Colorado River and, in turn, be able to hold this water and use it to grow the West, as you can imagine, however many decades ago. So the problem is both of them are now at the lowest levels they have ever been. And both of these dams are getting to the point when, for example, at Powell, it will no longer be able to generate power. It's a hydroelectric dam where the water flows through, it turns big turbines, et cetera, et cetera. It's getting to the point where...
Didn't they want to combine it?
So, yeah. One of the ideas was...
Get rid of one, put one in the other.
But that's a short-term fix.
Yeah.
That's a short-term fix to get rid...
Drain one
to have one full reservoir. But the problem is, the amount of water coming down the Colorado has been shrinking constantly. So all of the states are basically fighting over less and less water. We are considered lower basin.
Right.
Obviously, we're
there's
not at the
upper basin, there's lower basin.
Right. We're Arizona, California, Nevada, and Mexico. Yeah. We're lower basin.
Right.
We don't control the Colorado River. It comes to us.
Yeah.
Colorado, hello, it comes out of the Rockies, the snow melts, et cetera, it starts going down. So I was in Colorado yesterday, as a matter of fact.
Did you just take a measuring stick and see how it looked?
I most certainly did not.
Okay.
But I did use my eyeball measuring stick.
Good.
So I'm driving on the 70 freeway from Aspen into Denver. It's 3 hours long, 3.5 hours long. I underestimated the time. You could see, because the freeway follows the Colorado for parts of it. You could see where the river used to be and where it is now.
On the side, yeah.
You see those markings on the side, where that used to be the water level. So the Colorado, even in Colorado, is not the river it once was. And so that's why the state of Arizona is looking at 30% cut in the amount of water we get out of the Colorado? That's a huge amount. That is a huge amount.
The experts have said that dry conditions follow a mega drought that's gripped the region since the year 2000.
Mm-hmm.
So, and listen, I'm not a water expert. I know that you go and you look at
I'm not
your
an expert,
YouTube
but
and all that.
I pay attention.
Yeah, no, I get it. I try and pay attention too.
Yeah.
But the only way you fill it up is if we get rain. That's
lots of rain, lots of snow that melts and turns into it, and
which you can't depend on anymore.
Well, and the weather has changed out west, and the weather's changed in Colorado. Like if you were in Colorado right now, they talk about the fact we don't get as much rain as we used to get.
Yeah,
we don't get the snow that we once got, even in our ski areas.
How do you make more water out of water?
Yeah,
you can't.
It's
you
not
can't
going
mix
well.
stuff with it. How do you make more water? It's like, all right, what do you do? Do you start with the ocean, where you take the salt out of it, and that's
desalination? Yeah,
it's very expensive.
Very.
But I mean, is it so expensive that we shouldn't be doing it? Because
I think the question comes down to who pays for it. Because here's what Colorado says.
Taxes and
So right now, just to understand the negotiations going on, Colorado is saying, we're not paying for desalination. We've got it right here.
It's going to be state to state.
Yeah. Colorado's saying this is an Arizona problem. That's a you problem. It's not an us problem.
It is an us problem.
Right. And so all of the states,
we're the United States, and so
yeah. But when it comes to water,
is not going to run out of water. That's not going to happen.
No.
But are we going to get like if we have a 31% cut
in CAP water? Yeah,
we'll just pay a fortune more for water. Your bills will go skyrocketing.
Water is definitely going to become.
It's going to be more expensive.
A commodity. And I heard this years ago. I don't know. Maybe some of you have heard this term, but these decades ago, saying the next world war is going to be fought over water.
You never know. You never know if it becomes that.
It ain't over oil.
No.
It's not going to be over this. It's going to be water, access to water, and we see that happening at a lot of other places.
If that is to happen, then the human race is not in good shape.
No, that's fair. That's a very fair way to put it.
Start losing food and water, you're in big trouble.
Well, and one ties into the other, because here in the state of Arizona, a large percentage of the water that we use in this state, whether it's from CAP or whether it's from ground wells, aquifers, goes for agriculture, goes to grow food, goes to water cattle, and there is a concern as to how long is that sustainable, or at what cost is that sustainable?
Yeah. Can science increase and enhance rainfall?
They've tried. They've done the
cloud seeding.
Yeah, they've tried.
I mean, again, technology is exploding. AI is here. It's only getting better. We're more scary or more exciting every single day. I mean, this is probably something that people are working on. I don't know much about the cloud seeding, but I know it can't create clouds or make rainfall from a clear blue sky.
No.
It doesn't. That's not how it works.
No, it doesn't make clouds. I don't know. It tries to artificially create a system where the clouds will turn into rain and not just.
But cloud seeding's been around and worked on since the 40s.
Yeah,
and we still haven't figured it out.
I was going to say, and if it was working, we wouldn't be having these discussions about Lake Mead and Lake Powell at their lowest level since they became lakes.
Ever.
Not like in the last 10 years. No, ever. And it keeps going down. Like, it's gone down every year. You know what I'm saying? Like, this isn't like, it's just a slow year. No,
I'm looking at the graph.
The graph is the graph, and it's fallen off the cliff.
It's like if you take Lake Powell, like in the 60s. It's really interesting because if you go like 1965, Lake Powell then and now, kind of similar.
Okay.
But in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, and the first part of the 2000s, it was 3 times as full.
Yeah.
So since 2000, it has really gone down, both in Lake Mead and Lake Powell. Well, the numbers have gone it's straight down from the year 2000, both lakes.
Any of you that have driven up maybe to Vegas, again, your eyeballs tell the story.
Absolutely.
Before they invented this new freeway, we used to drive over the Hoover Dam, and it felt like you could reach over the side and touch the water. You got to like hang over the side now to see water.
Right.
And then you get up to Lake Mead. I mean, we used to go and do jet skis and stuff there. The boat docks are nowhere near the water anymore. They're nowhere near.
Mm-mm.
It has receded so much. So this is serious. It is a crisis that we are going to have to deal with in the state of Arizona. Have to. Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. And there is a new danger at the Arizona State Fair. Oh, come on. Is it the Tilt-A-Whirl?
No.
It's not the Tilt-A-Whirl. We're going to talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here. Go to metamucil.com for more details.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. A single 13-word text message could determine whether a former Arizona senator is facing a $75,000 lawsuit over an affair.
Court records show details of a recent deposition in North Carolina where former U.S. Senator Kyrsten Sinema testified on her affair with Matthew Amell, a former security staffer. His wife is suing Sinema, claiming she willfully and intentionally contributed to the collapse of her marriage. Sinema's lawyers want the suit thrown out, saying only one text message reached Amell in the state of North Carolina and not enough to establish jurisdiction. The state is among a few that still allows homewrecker suits, where plaintiffs can sue the person their spouse had an affair with for contributing to marital breakdown. Kellen Shover, KTAR News.
You can read more on the lawsuit that Sinema may be facing at KTAR.com. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Checking traffic for us, here's Enrique Garcia now, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a vehicle fire, I-17 northbound near Thomas Road. A look into our surface streets, Phoenix with a crash on 43rd Avenue and Portland Street. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Worried if your retirement savings will last? Don't guess. Cash flow test it. Schedule your retirement income stress test at AssetPreservationWealth.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
So, I admit I haven't been to the Arizona State Fair in a little while, but I remember it was a big deal. Like wristband night was a good time to go. You ride all the rides, for one price. It was a big deal. So maybe there were some concerts you wanted to see, things like that.
Becky Lynn makes fun of me. I've never been.
You've never been?
No.
Never, ever.
Yeah, in a
ever.
second we'll tell you why. Here's the perfect reason why I don't go.
I always thought the biggest concern was, the carnies working the rides who had the same number of teeth as they did fingers, and neither was 10. And that was always a concern, the
I'm
person
not a
running.
ride guy, so that goes, I don't even.
So you weren't even going to do the rides?
No.
But now we're learning that a mother is suing the Arizona State Fair over E. coli outbreak?
Yeah. Becky Lynn, you want to guess how the kid got E. coli?
Well, I don't know. I know my mom also got it there.
Oh. Your mom got E. coli at the Arizona State Fair?
Don't know.
Oh.
Don't know.
Well,
but we left. She was in the hospital right after that.
We know
That's
now.
been 30
Okay.
years ago.
30 years?
Yes.
Well, we might have a bit of a lead on this because they are saying, at least when it comes to this lawsuit, that they got it at the petting zoo.
Oh, I can believe that.
Really?
Yeah.
Potbelly pigs and goats.
And no cleaning hands and then eating cotton candy right
Amen,
after.
Right there. That's it.
Oh, wow.
There
okay,
wasn't-
that makes sense.
Wasn't I guess you can find. I mean, are there bathrooms there, or is it just
It's those. Don't they have like the ones in the trailers, and you have to go
porta
in?
potties.
It's not.
I have a fear of porta potties.
Yeah. By the way, on second thought, the fair is not the place for you.
It is not a
It
place
really
for
isn't at
Gatos.
this point. I think you are right in avoiding the fair.
Listen, I'm Mr. Bougie, and I'm sorry. I'm sure it's fun.
No one's
Probably
ever
not.
accused the fair of being bougie.
No, not in the least.
Any fair, by the way. That's not a slam on the Arizona State Fair, because the Tennessee State Fair is the exact same thing.
Exactly the same.
I've
Probably
been-
the same company brings the same
one,
rides.
same thing.
Yes, little boy got really, really
Very
sick.
sick. Yeah. This was we had to go to the hospital, for goodness sakes.
So it's sanitary. Where are the wipes, or where is the places that you can wash your hands, or where is all that stuff? Where's
and you have to do it.
you have to do it.
That's the thing. I mean, even if there was a bottle of hand sanitizer at every food trailer, where you get the stuff, you have to get your kid to use it, and you have to use it.
So how about this? You ready for this? Are you sitting down for this? According to the attorney, there was hand sanitizer in the area, but hand sanitizer doesn't kill the E. coli bacteria.
Oh. So it's like 99% gets rid of germs.
So
but-
basically,
Except that one.
they said,
oh no,
they should be testing the animals.
Yeah, they should.
For
Yeah.
E. coli.
Absolutely.
To make sure that they aren't in the area.
So they went to a petting zoo. I would think the petting zoo would have to do that. I mean, that's what they do. I would think to be licensed and all that.
Like you need
You
someone
think there's
there.
a license for petting zoos?
Yes, I think there's a license
gotta
for
be
petting
kidding me.
zoos.
Really?
So I don't know what it is. You need someone there with soap and water, not hand sanitizer, apparently.
We're going to just
How
have
do
to
you do
sit there
that?
and delouse everybody when they go
Yeah.
through.
You would think that hand sanitizer would be fine.
You
but
would
I
think
guess
so. I
not
would have
for
thought
E. coli.
so, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the family incurred almost $500,000 in medical bills.
This kid was in the hospital for 21 days.
Over the course of the little boy's life, they may have to pay $3 million in medical costs.
No,
Yeah, I'm suing them.
But how do you prove it?
That's the
How
thing.
do you prove you got it at the fair? That was the thing about when
That's
my mom got
very
sick. It's
true.
like, well, it's very coincidental, that we were
It's
there
like when
and then-
people get food poisoning. Oh, I had dinner the other day. It must have been
at
from that.
X.
But you
It
don't
had-
really
But you
know.
don't know for sure.
Right.
Well, we figured out the diarrhea salad came from Taco Bell. That was pretty easy to follow.
Taylor Farms
Taylor
lettuce.
Farms,
Taylor
yeah,
Farms
yeah.
lettuce,
Yes,
right.
we figured that out.
Which, by the way, still out there being sold.
Yeah.
Proclaiming Taylor Farms right there on the front of it.
I'm just going to point out, not one person has gotten sick from Nutella. So
Becky Lynn, let me ask you a question. You just mentioned that. They're not selling the bad lettuce anymore.
No, but I'm not buying any lettuce that says Taylor Farms.
I'm not either. No. No, and I'm sure they've had to clean it up, even though they didn't say, "Oh, sorry, it was us."
I know, but it was
But
just
I'm
the
never buying their brand.
No,
again.
I'm just not either.
No.
And I'm sure they're going to change
They'll
their
just
name.
change the name. They'll change the name. You won't know the
They
difference.
won't know. No.
Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn on top of that. So if you're not a caregiver now, you may soon be. We'll explain. It's coming up next. We're Outspoken on KTAR.
Want to hear from all the GOP candidates for governor in the 2026 election? Want to hear from the candidates running for Arizona's wide open seats in Congress in this year's big midterm election? Well, then join me, Jim Sharp, for the AZ Political Podcast. Get it at the KTAR YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. The AZ Political Podcast from KTAR News.
I have a new hobby in August. Hottest part of the day, I go outside and grill. That's right, I said it. Hottest part of the day, I go out and I grill. Burgers, steak. And why do I do that? Because I have a Missed America fan. That's right, the ones that you see in Disneyland. The ones that you see at Top Golf. This is a fan that's going to keep you cool. So, when you call Missed America, MIST, local company, 3 decades of experience. I went to their showroom, and there was no way I was going to leave without their patented Mist 360 system. So they installed it under my patio. We have tables. We've got a grill there. And I grilled. And it's 25 to 30 degrees cooler under the fan. And so grilling in August is super easy now. It's fantastic. I don't have to wait for October. And so I want you to have one of these fans. These fans aren't good. These fans aren't great. These fans are awesome. All right? And you can get a deal right now when you mention Gatos. Text MIST, M-I-S-T, to 620-620. Text MIST to 620-620, and you can be like me, grilling in the middle of August. It's awesome, all right? MistAmerica.com.
Gear up this fall with the new All-Pro battery by Steel. Tackle any task with 60% more peak power. Exclusively available only at your local Steel dealer. 60% peak power comparison between AP300PC and AP300S.
Thinking about senior living? I'm Jamie West, and here's the best advice you'll get. Talk to people who already live there. Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix has a resident panel coming up soon. You can talk to residents, ask questions, hear real experiences, and enjoy a complimentary brunch. Find out why Beatitudes campus is a senior community like no other. Reserve your seat by texting RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Let's be honest, the Arizona summers are brutal, but local crime numbers can be even scarier, especially when it comes to protecting your home. If you think that doorbell camera or expensive alarm system is going to keep burglars out, think again. Professional thieves use Wi-Fi jammers, glass cutters to get in and out long before the police are notified. But you know what Wi-Fi jammers and glass cutters can't do? They can't get through Bulldog security screens. Just ask me. I went to Bulldog Security Screens factory in Tucson, where I attacked those screens with everything from a bowling ball to a sledgehammer, and the only thing I broke was a sweat and a baseball bat. Oh, and there's another added benefit. These screens block the scorching UV rays out of your house, and they look terrific because they look and act just like shade screens. You want real protection for your home? Get Bulldog Security Screens for your windows, patio doors, and entry doors. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Bulldog Security Screens. They're tough.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marotta here, and the Honda Summer Event is still burning bright at Earnhardt Honda in Avondale, and right now is your moment to move on their sizzling deals. Everything you thought you knew about Earnhardt Honda, throw it out the window. You'll feel the difference before you even reach the showroom floor. The savings are that real. Right now, drive home a brand new Honda with rates as low as 0% APR financing for 60 months on select models. Or buy now with 0 payments for 90 days. Plus, it's your last chance to win a Moto Compacto during the Ridgeline Rally. A legacy built over 75 years, now refreshed for a new generation of Arizona drivers. Don't let another summer pass you by. The Valley's hottest Honda deals are calling your name right now. Local, trusted, and no bull since 1951. Or check out more amazing offers at EarnhardtHonda.com.
Annual percentage rate is $16.67 per month per 1,000 financed. Available on 2026 Honda Prologue models with approved credit. Dealer reserves the right to buy down interest rate from 0.099%. Finance charges will accrue during payment deferment. Offers in 9/8/26. Moto Compacto entries with test drive. No purchase necessary. Odds of winning depend on number of entrants. See dealer for full qualifications. Promotion valid on new ground stock of Honda Ridgelines until 9/6/26. Drawing to be held 9/7/26.
Watch all D-backs games both live and on demand with dbacks.tv. Start your 7-day free trial today by registering at dbacks.tv. Visit dbacks.com/watch to learn more.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
Your dog is limping, but she seems fine. Plus, you've heard they can fake it just to get what they want. So what's the deal now? You're being gaslit.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Oh, now she switched legs. What a diva.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
KTAR News now.
It's 4:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
We have been sending the federal government bills for the state funds that we spent on border security for years.
Governor Katie Hobbs is requesting nearly $1 billion from the federal government to reimburse state spending on border security. KTAR's Balin Overstolz joins us now live from the News Center with more details.
Governor Hobbs says over the last 5 years, Arizona has spent more than $900 million on border security, mostly from the state general fund, but also through county-level expenses. She's hoping the utilize a new grant created last year through federal legislation to get that money back to Arizona.
And this is the first time it's ever been appropriated by Congress. And so I think, those previous bills are justified in now that Congress has appropriated those funds.
And the federal government expected to make a decision on the reimbursement in late October. Hobbs adding she hopes the funding is not politicized. Live in the News Center, Ballin Overstoles, KTAR News.
2 Phoenix police officers are on administrative leave after allegations of criminal conduct surfaced against the officers. Preliminary information shows they conducted a traffic stop where force was used, yet not reported, as is required by policy. The officers are also alleged to have turned off their body cameras during this stop. Phoenix Police is conducting a criminal investigation into the incident. The City of Surprise has ended its contract with Flock Safety, the company that makes automatic license plate reading cameras. Surprise no longer using the Flock system and is having the company remove the physical cameras as well. This comes after the City of Surprise announced last week it was suspending its use of the Flock cameras after an audit found potential misuse of the system by one of their police officers. The USS Lincoln has gone on more than 200 days without a port call. And there are some growing reports of deteriorating mental health, food shortages, and moldy showers among those on board. Megan McCain, host of the Citizen McCain podcast, joins Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos and says deployments are no joke.
People are away from their family, they're isolated. The food, from my understanding, is not great in the era of Maha. I think food should be a top priority for anyone deploying anywhere because it'll, feed them and make them have energy and everything in their life will do better. And it seems like it's a pretty bad situation.
McCain says she's concerned, adding rumors like this usually don't come from just nowhere. Time to check traffic. Let's go to Enrique Garcia, who is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a vehicle fire, I-17 northbound near Thomas Road. I'll look into our surface streets, Peoria with a crash on 83rd Avenue and Peoria Avenue, and Sun City with a crash on 107th Avenue and Grand Avenue. This report is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. What if your favorite vacation spot was just outside your back door? Dolphin Pools, highest rated on Google and Yelp in the Valley. Your backyard, your vacation. DolphinPools.us. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, clear skies 92 for the low temperature, 112 tomorrow. We're under an extreme heat warning all week long. It's 103 in Cave Creek. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com. And it is Give-a-thon week for Phoenix Children's. Become a champion of hope today by texting GIVE to 620-620. Your donation can make a big difference because kids can't wait. Text GIVE to 620-620. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp. And if you thought electric cars were expensive, wait till you hear about the one that just sold for $40 million. Join LaDonna Harvey and me for a Tech Tuesday on Arizona's Morning News. Catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel or 92.3 FM.
Hey, another reminder. Guess what? Phoenix Children's, it's Give-a-thon week here. So thankful to have amazing partners out here. You'll be hearing these stories of hope. Oh, they are unreal. And just hearing about what some of these families and children have been through, brought to you by Mattamy Homes. And you know what? You're going to find out why these kids need champions like you. You can help, and you can help right now. You just text the word GIVE to 620-620 or call the Train phone bank at 602-933-4567. Become a champion of hope today. So I had no idea. Like, when I read a lot, I see things, and I see numbers, and I try to put them into context. Count me surprised that about 63 million Americans today are caregivers for either a child or an adult parent.
Might be the toughest job on the planet.
But 63 million. That is a lot of us. It's about 1 in 4 adults and about 60% of women. Women tend to be falling into that role a lot more. And it's not just elderly parents. There's a lot of parents that take care of children with special needs, disabilities, etc., become the primary caregiver. And it is draining.
Yeah, I mean, my dad was a caregiver for my mom for a while.
Yeah.
But my mom had a couple of gals that would come in. I think it was about, every day for several hours to help. But, my dad had a tough time.
Oh, I can imagine.
Because your life is stolen. And, we had to have a few talks with him and say, you know what, Dad, you got to get more help. It's too much for you to handle.
But there's a pride.
I know.
And there's a sense of responsibility. And it's wonderful to have that.
Right.
But you're right. At some level, it's like you're not doing the best for the person that needs care.
Yeah, I mean, I think that he stopped being my mom's husband and was more advocate and caregiver. And to me, that's not how it should be. That, you hope that nothing happens, but if something does and you have to be a caregiver, you would hope that, you could find some people to come in and help out and still be a spouse to your spouse who's in bed. And so that's a perfect world. I know that doesn't always happen. I deal a lot with patients who have ALS.
Right.
And their caregivers are doing God's work. I mean, they also need help, though. And you can't do it all by yourself.
And I think that's the piece, too, is that while 63 million Americans are providing care, again, for a child or for an adult in their life, who's taking care of them? Because the number has really gone through the roof. Just 10 years ago, that number was 40 million. And so more and more people, and I'm going to assume because of finances
and healthcare
and the way healthcare works today,
which doesn't work very well,
that they are put in this position as in, well, who else is going to do it?
Exactly.
I'm going to do this. It's my responsibility.
Yeah, I mean, the people who their job is to, like the two women who took care of my mom when she had cancer and obviously died of COVID. They weren't taking care of her when she had COVID, but, they went over and they would help her do this. They would help her get out of bed. They would help her get, have a bath. Then they'd sit and talk.
Right.
And wow, that was big. And by
That's
the way,
a big part of it.
Dad could leave the house, and he needed to leave the house. So, these people, who these caregivers, if it's family, it's going to get tough. If you have help, it's always going to be better. But being the sole caregiver for someone you love, like, if you have to do it, you have to do it. But it's not ideal.
How do you work? How do you have a life away from that? If this other person is solely dependent upon you,
you'll be burned out. And you are going to, in the back of your mind, you're not going to want to say it, but in the back of your mind, you're thinking, she's a burden.
Yeah.
But you will never admit it. You'll never say it. But you're like, this is my life now?
Right. And I think there's a lot of people, I know there's people listening that are in this position.
I think so, too. A buddy of mine went to dinner with over the weekend. He's got two elderly parents in their mid to late 80s. And, I mean, he is always over there. He's not necessarily the caregiver because they're still somewhat getting around. But
well, he's about to become the caregiver.
He has to do everything for them in terms of paying the bills, making sure the lights stay on, to just going over on a wellness check every day just to see if everything's all right. And it is tough. And you want good health care. You want good health insurance if you can get it.
Yeah. Yeah, without a doubt. It makes a huge difference. I learned that in my mother's case.
Sure.
But, it also brings me back around to Phoenix Children's.
Okay.
And the parents that we see who are caregivers. And these kids get out of the hospital. These kids will get discharged and they get to go home.
Right.
But many of them have conditions or have things that are going to stay with them for quite some time. And all of a sudden, mom or dad is now the full-time nurse.
Right.
Mom or dad is the one that has to take care of things. And we see that over and over again. And again, just a real lack of, I would say, support for the people that are doing that. and that it's okay to acknowledge that it's difficult. It's okay to acknowledge that you can't do it by yourself, and there's no shame in that, and you're not lesser than. You know, and think about this. And I know in some cases, in my mother's case, she didn't want my brother or I to do certain. My mother wouldn't let me take her to the bathroom.
No, you want some privacy and some dignity.
But she also wanted a female.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yes.
there were things that she just was not going to let us do and be a part of for modesty's sake. And because she was my mother, for God's sake. So I'm not going to let my son do that, you know?
Right.
And so you run into that a lot. So,
but there are people that have to do that.
Yeah. 63 million Americans are caregivers. Caregivers. And that number continues to grow. All right, check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And the 60-day deadline for the Iran peace deal has expired. Is there any chance this war is over by the midterm elections? We're talking about it next. It's Outspoken on KTAR.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help.
I didn't know what to do. Like, I would just hold her little fingers and we would just stare at her for hours and there would be no movement from her. She was barely moving.
Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families. The Give-a-thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Nobody wants to think about their toilet until they have to. A weak flush, water that runs on its own, or low water levels in your bowl, your toilet is telling you something. Ignore it long enough, and it becomes a costly repair. Parker & Sons offers a toilet tune-up for just $89. A full inspection that catches small issues before they turn into big ones. And if anything needs fixing while we're there, the $89 fee is waived. Call or text 602-2REPAIR and get your toilet tune-up scheduled with Parker & Sons today.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
Wait, everything on this IHOP value menu is just $6?
I told you it was amazing. A huge plate of pancakes, bacon, and eggs is just $6.
Wow.
There's also French toast, a ham and cheese omelet, and they got a BLT and fries now.
Okay, we're coming here every day.
You don't have to tell me twice.
Feast for just $6 with the IHOP value menu. $7 in some locations, available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
KTAR,
News Flash.
It's 4:45. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now.
A KTAR News exclusive.
Affordability is an issue top of mind for Americans and Arizonans alike. Katie Hobbs' running mate, John Giles, exclusively tells Arizona's Morning News during his decade-plus serving as Mesa mayor, he was always focused on how to make life more affordable.
I've loaded a lot of boxes of food into people's cars and worked hard to keep utilities on and roofs over people's heads. And I think the folks in Washington, D.C. just don't get that.
He says Washington politicians have contributed to the affordability crisis by approving tariffs and the war in Iran. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check those roads for you now with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a tamed vehicle fire, I-17 northbound near Thomas Road. Peoria with a crash on 83rd Avenue and Peoria Avenue. And Sun City with a crash on 107th Avenue and Grand Avenue. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center, the official team eye doc for your Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. Schedule your free eye evaluation today at teamidoc.com. That's teamidoc.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
It's time for A Little Laugh, brought to you by Sonic.
What do you call a sad strawberry? A blueberry.
Keep listening for more little laughs during the Give-a-thon, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Living in Arizona means we get sunshine almost every day of the year. That's the good news. The bad news, your old windows feel it too. So if you turn off your AC and your home heats up faster than a microwave, call my friends at Window World. You see, Window World installs windows and patio doors with solar zone glass. That's just window nerd talk for it helps keep the warm air outside where it belongs. These windows will even reduce the outside noise so you don't have to listen to your neighbor's dog barking all night long. And unlike some companies, Window World makes it affordable. Never any confusing sales offers, just a guaranteed low price up front without any of the hassle. But what I love most is they back up all of their work with a true lifetime warranty. They hire military vets and they give back to the community. WindowWorldPhoenix.com. That's WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Window World. Simply the best for definitely less.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Here to pick up your little camper, too?
Yeah.
Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
Wow, that's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh. That was our little secret.
What's that?
Okay, see that brand new Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
It feels like I got away with something. I only paid...
Whoa, nice.
Yeah.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the Hyundai you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Come on, Katie. We're taking the scenic route to the dealership.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, going on now. Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end September 8th. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Senator Sinema's in some legal hot water. Hi, Joe Huizenga. Whether or not she owes big bucks hinges on how a text message is being interpreted. Becky Lynn and I will talk through it tonight with our legal expert at 6 on Arizona's Evening News. Make sure to check us out on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Gatos, the 60-day U.S.-Iran ceasefire has officially ended.
There was a ceasefire?
Yeah, it was established June 17th.
I'm sure that's like...
that was the Memorandum of Understanding.
That was a mess.
It's possibly one of the worst ceasefires ever. It's a ceasefire that contained lots of firing.
Yeah, I mean, we know that during some ceasefires there is firing, but it was like, my goodness, there was like 11 days where, we were bombing a lot of dirt.
Yeah. So... we're now heading into week 25 of the conflict, war, whatever.
Yeah. It's time to either go big or go home.
Oh.
That's what I'm going to be talking about this week. We'll do this on the face-off.
Okay.
Go big or go home. Because you're not doing anything over there. The only thing that's happening over there is like the mental health of our soldiers. We've got some of them jumping off of the USS Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah.
And we're not feeding them. And their water is contaminated. We're not doing anybody any favors. So I'm just go big or go home. I don't know what that means, and I'm certainly not saying nuke. Go big. I don't mean that.
Is that troops? Is that big?
I hope not.
I'm just saying.
That would be big. Yeah, that would probably be big, which I don't want. And I've said from the beginning, go home. Turn around.
The guy who claims to be the great deal maker, his solution is, quote, Iran should wave the white flag, which I don't think they're going to do, quite honestly.
I don't think that they have to. I know that their economy is suffering.
Oh, it has to be.
From all of this. We get that.
Sure. The Iranian people are suffering.
Sure. Our economy is suffering.
Yeah.
A lot of people are spending a ton of money more on gas and groceries and because of diesel. But, I don't know about this 60-day. I mean, it was, whatever the president says about Iran, at the end of the day, it's always a lie.
Oh, absolutely.
I don't know if he's ever told the truth about it. I really don't. And I'm not expecting him to.
No, you shouldn't all of a sudden. He did threaten to bomb an ally today.
Well, that would not be smart.
He warned Oman, who, if you remember, we heard, and apparently they admitted to it, that Oman and Iran were negotiating with one another over, we'll call it future control of the Strait of Hormuz, possibly including not tolls, environmental fees. And so Trump said, quote, he threatened to bomb them, bomb the bleep out of them if they, quote, got in the way. By the way, we have military bases in Oman, American military bases. Like they've been on our side helping them. Well, it's
not anymore.
That might impact. So,
well, I mean, I know you were out last week, but
I was.
He said he was going to make the Strait of Hormuz U.S. territory.
Oh,
obviously,
definitely
it might be trolling, or it's either trolling or stupidity. I don't really know. Obviously, that's not going to happen. He said that they control the strait. Anybody with a brain in their head knows we're not controlling the Strait of Hormuz.
Oil prices were up again today. Again, the instability is the thing. And I want to say this. Oil should be higher with the amount of disruption. And it appears that the reason it's not is because certainly around the world, we've cut back on oil consumption. We're using less oil. I say we, the world population. And that is what has kept the prices under $100 a barrel, instead of, we heard those horrible, like it could go $130 or $140, these nightmare scenarios.
And we had gas go up to $5 a gallon at one point.
Yeah, but
regular.
It appears that it has a lot to do with the fact that other countries, China and European countries and Russia, they've just cut back either out of necessity or out of strategy, but they're just flat not using as much oil anymore.
Trump will lose the Strait of Hormuz. That's not going to. We're not winning any of that. Iran will reopen it, but they're going to charge people. That's how this thing is going to end.
Yeah, I think he might have
said it's not going to be unconditional surrender. That is not happening unless it's us.
I think
but that's the case.
Trump did say something that I think is slightly truthful. Every once in a while the truth sneaks out. During a Oval Office today, he said that Iran, they're not going to make the kind of deal that I feel is necessary.
They're not going to make a deal, period.
Yeah, I'm glad that he's wising up to that. I actually think that's a truthful thing. They are not going to make a deal that he likes. Heck no, they aren't, because they think they're holding his head underwater right now.
I think when we decided to go into Iran, the Iranians were like, this president is going to come after us during an election year? And he says it's going to last 2 days?
It's because he doesn't care about the elections.
Oh, my goodness.
I don't believe that he
Iran
cares.
isn't going to do anything before this election. They're not going to sign a single... They want to punish this man.
Yeah.
They want to punish the party that he leads. That is part of Iran's strategy.
No, that's
they are
the
not
problem.
letting him off the hook anytime soon.
Yeah.
They're somewhat enjoying this, which is kind of sick.
Right, because it's also coming at the expense of their people.
They don't care about their people.
They don't particularly
They have
care
different
about,
rules.
obviously.
Yeah.
There's no midterm election coming up in Iran. How's
the
that?
Iranian people won't eat?
Yeah.
What do you think the Ayatollah thinks?
Exactly.
Not much.
Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn has that for us. And coming up next, How different is the college experience these days? We've got some numbers that doesn't sound like anything like when I went to school. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, if you've been injured in an accident, I want you to call my friends over at Sweet James Accident Attorneys. Listen, I send you to the best. This is why Sweet James is the best. More than 25 years experience. They take those insurance companies that try and take advantage of you. They rough them up a little bit, if you know what I mean. They get into that courtroom, and they're like, yeah, you're not going to do that to our client. If you've been hurt, maybe you got bit by a dog, you fell on somebody's property, you got in a car crash, call Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION. 1-800-9-MILLION. They're there for you, and you do not pay them until they win your case. They win 98% of the time. Only firm with an in-house trial team named among the best attorneys in the U.S. SweetJames.com, 1-800-9-MILLION. Tell them Gato sent you.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. It looks amazing. It looks like a Teflon coating on there.
We're very excited that we don't ever have to paint again.
Phoenix, if you don't want to spend your summers painting, then do what your neighbors did. They called Rhino Shield.
We chose it because of the fact that we saw a house that had done it, and I just went, that's something I'd like to have done to my house.
Rhino Shield is a ceramic coating formulated for our specific climate right here in Phoenix.
I would highly recommend Rhino Shield. You can't beat the 25-year transferable warranty, by the way.
Let me put it this way. I haven't had any complaints. And as the president of the association, that's the best part.
Right now, get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price.
For anybody that's skeptical about putting Rhino Shield on your house, take a real close look at it. The warranty, 25 years, is something I just don't think you can beat.
Stop wasting your summers on painting. Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Hi, I'm Tim Hall, senior partner at Morris Hall. My mom, Wanda, was a fantastic cook, and she taught me that every great recipe needs the right ingredients. Leave one out, it's just not the same. In honor of her legacy, her kids and grandkids started a cooking club called Wanda's Pantry. Each time we use her recipes, we're reminded that the things that we leave behind can continue to bring people together. Estate planning is the same. A trust, a will, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives all play an important role in helping protect the people you love and give your family peace of mind. For over 55 years, Morris Hall has had the honor of helping over 40,000 Arizona families create plans that protect what matters most. In honor of Mom, I'd love to share one of our family's favorite chocolate chip cookie recipes. Text cookie to 620-620 and we'll send it your way. Then, when you're ready, schedule your complimentary consultation with Morris Hall, where you're likely to find a fresh baked cookie.
Morris Hall, Premier Estate Planning. Visit us at morrishall.com.
Hey Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Start your engines. It's time to rev up the summer savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, and these truck deals are racing out the door. Get behind the wheel of a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. And for drivers who want serious muscle, the 2026 GMC Sierra 2500 offers 4.9% APR, an extra $2,000, and 0 payments for 90 days, or save up to $11,000 off MSRP. Plus, the 2026 GMC Canyon delivers 3.9% APR, $3,000 more for eligible trade-ins, and you guessed it, 90 days payment-free. Discover the truck of your dreams at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa today, and don't get left in the dust, or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn, and we're in for another week full of extremely warm temperatures. An extreme heat warning is in effect today through the end of the week.
We're looking at high temperatures around the region, pushing upwards of 5 to 7 degrees above normal, and even coming within a few degrees of daily records.
Meteorologist Sean Benedict with the National Weather Service says a high-pressure system over the state is driving up the temps. Benedict adds overnight lows are going to stay above normal, too, dropping only to the upper 80s to low 90s. The Pima County Sheriff's Department search and rescue deputies are responding to reports of human remains found in a desert area near West Ajo Way and South La Cholla Boulevard in Tucson. They say these remains appear to have been there for an extended period of time. Pima County Sheriff's Department clarifies that right now there is no indication that they're connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation.
Arizona votes.
Secretary of State or Secretaries of State feel abandoned by the DHS's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, which is also known as CISA. Ahead of the November midterms, KTAR's Heidi Hommel is live in the News Center to explain.
CISA hosted an election security call last week with the National Association of Secretaries of State. Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes accused the agency of trying to protect itself from liability.
They sort of filtered out intelligence as well. None of that had been happening, and very little conversation has happened at all between most of the states, I should say, and CISA. So we've been frustrated with them.
In early 2025, CISA ended federal funding for the Election Infrastructure Information Sharing and Analysis Center that shared threat intelligence and cybersecurity alerts with elections officials nationwide. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
It's reimbursement. It's reimbursement for money we've already spent.
Governor Katie Hobbs met with law enforcement leaders in Sierra Vista today as she aims to get nearly $1 billion reimbursement from the federal government and explains it's to compensate for the last 5 years of state spending on border security. Most of the money would go back to the Arizona General Fund.
Funding that is important to support our local law enforcement and the work we're doing on border security. I've continued to fight for that funding.
Last year's federal legislation, H.R. 1, created a grant program where states can apply for that reimbursement. According to the New York Federal Reserve, credit card balances were up $21 billion in the second quarter of this year, with credit card delinquency rates at 13%. Evan Taylor, an associate economics professor at the University of Arizona, joined Arizona's Morning News to explain what these numbers prove about Arizona's economy.
The credit card delinquency rate being high is a big problem. It sort of points to the fact that a lot of households are struggling to sort of make ends meet with high prices.
Taylor adds the delinquency rates are about as high as they were before the 2008 financial crisis. 3 Valley basketball legends are now permanently basketball royalty. The Phoenix Mercury's all-time great Diana Taurasi was inducted into the team's Ring of Honor and had her jersey retired over the weekend. During the ceremony, Taurasi shared her immense gratitude to her fans.
The loyalty that you have given me is something that I will take with me forever in my whole life. I am forever grateful. I can never repay you all the love, the memories that you've given me. I feel like a true Phoenician. The Phoenix Mercury are great because of you.
And then Amari Stoudemire and coach Mike D'Antoni, 2 key figures in one of the Phoenix Suns' most successful eras in the mid-2000s, were enshrined into the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. Let's take a look at the road home now this afternoon. We've got Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with debris on the right-hand shoulder, US 60 Superstation Freeway, westbound near Mesa Drive. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder, I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near 75th Avenue, and Tolleson with a disabled vehicle blocking the interchange ramp. Loop 101 Agua Fria southbound to the I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound transition. This report is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. What if your favorite vacation spot was just outside your back door? Dolphin Pools, highest rated on Google and Yelp in the Valley, your backyard, your vacation. At dolphinpools.us. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low, 92 degrees. 112 is what we're expecting tomorrow and 111 on Wednesday. Right now, it is 112 in Phoenix. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com. And it's Give-a-thon week, so join us in helping Phoenix Children's provide life-saving medical care to kids who need it most. Text GIVE to 620-620 and become a champion of hope. Text GIVE to 620-620. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Whose stupid idea was this anyway?
Speaking up for Arizona.
If you think you can get away with that in my state, you've got another thing coming.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show 2 till 6. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 4.
So many people call hour number 4 the best of the hour.
And happy Give-a-thon week to all of you who celebrate, which means all of you. And so we're expecting big things from all of you out there. It's time to give back to a tremendous hospital, Phoenix Children's, all week long. The Give-a-thon, you just text the word GIVE to 620-620. A lot of you know the drill. We do this once a year, and we're going to raise millions of dollars for just an outstanding place. That's right in our backyard, and you are all going to help continue its excellence.
Think about it. You're driving down the 51 right now, and you see Phoenix Children's over there. Well, we're going to be celebrating them, telling their stories, and raising money for the kids in there all week long.
Text GIVE to 620-620. Start your Monday out with a donation. Best way to start your Monday. Big donation to Phoenix Children's.
So, you know, I think when I ask you about your college experience, those of you that went to college.
Oh, let me tell you about my college experience.
Well, I'm going to guess.
It was fantastic.
I'm going to guess.
They had this bar called the Orange Cafe.
There you go.
And it was just a phenomenal place at Syracuse University. And,
yeah.
Oh, you're not talking to me.
I didn't think anybody was going to say, let me tell you about that math class that I had, right?
Absolutely not.
No. They're going to talk about the social aspect of college in many ways. And that might have been going to games or late night parties or the bar. You know, for me, it was the Wildcat House or some other places down there in Tucson. But more and more, we're finding out that this version of college and this version of college students are lonely. A loneliness epidemic has carried on. They've been bringing it with them, and they've brought it onto college campuses to the point that we have a pretty large amount of college students say they're spending less time socializing, partying, whatever you want to call it, and less time face-to-face interaction, conversations with humans. And the numbers in just the last 25 years are striking. The difference is striking. It is a different college experience.
Yeah. That's sad. I don't like that. I think that part of college, and everybody knows this, maybe the biggest thing you'll ever get out of college isn't what you learned in a class. It's what you learned in life.
The experience.
Oh, yeah. And so if people are staying in their dorm rooms and on their phone and they're not going out and meeting people and they're not living life, you're missing. Don't even go.
Well, they're missing out on connections.
Just, you know what you do? Stay at home and take an online class. Because I don't know why you're paying to go to college.
Well, but again, I think they've also grown up like this. And they've brought these, I'll use the term habits, with them.
But at college, you can also reinvent yourself.
Okay.
Like, I'll give you an example. So for many years on this show, I've talked about my little Ellie, my niece, who's not little. She's 18. She's going to college. And so I was texting with her yesterday. She is super smart.
Okay.
And she's going to go into how do I cure cancer? And we're doing biology and we're doing all that stuff, right? Like lab. Remember lab? I don't.
I didn't go. I mean,
no,
it was a thing.
But I told her, I said, listen, you're a little bit shy. I want you to go to college and reinvent yourself. Listen, you don't have to be the center of attention. You don't like that. Don't, be yourself. But I know you're going to study hard, but I want you to go out and have fun. And if you're shy and you're uncomfortable, good. Good. Step out of your comfort zone, which is probably in a dorm room, and go and experience life. And she said that she wants to do that.
Good.
But for a lot of people, it's like...
But it takes two to tango.
Yeah, I'm too uncomfortable. I'm not going to do it. No.
Yeah. Half of college students, according to a Harvard study, say they feel alone on campus. I was reading one, and these are some of the comments that students made. This was a senior at MIT University. I would say I'm alone at least 4 or 5 days a week. I eat alone most days.
Like no personal interaction at all? I can't
outside
even
of class.
imagine that.
Yeah.
In college.
How about this? This almost breaks your heart. Here's one of the comments. Is college supposed to feel this lonely?
No, it is not.
No, it is. I would agree. I would agree. And I think that colleges also bear some responsibility in this. And I know that some are working on this and are addressing it in some way, shape, or form. But they absolutely need to make sure that these kids are not self-isolating,
right?
Replacing screen time with human interaction and going through their entire college career without real connection.
Yeah. I mean, I remember when we dropped our daughter off at U of A.
Okay.
By the way, that was brutal. Oh, that is the worst. A lot of you parents know this. That's horrendous.
Like driving away? Like when you drop them off?
Absolutely horrific.
Okay.
And
I thought you were going to make a U of A joke there for a second.
No,
so
U of A is a good school. No,
okay.
I just don't like Tucson.
Okay.
Tucson is a pit. U of A, good school.
Okay.
But so we dropped her off, many years ago. We dropped her off, and she met a few people. And so for the first couple days, things were pretty good. Remember, you are on your own really for the first time.
Yeah, for many of them. Yeah.
And then her very first few friends decided that they were going to rush a sorority.
Okay.
And she didn't want to do it right away.
Okay.
And I'm just, 2, 3, 4 friends, they got into a sorority. That was it. And she finds herself on day 4 or day 6.
Whatever it is.
I don't know anybody now.
She's back to alone, basically.
It was tough.
Yeah.
And so I remember talking to my wife about it, and we said, whatever she says, and however lonely she is, she can't come home, and we can't go there. She's got to figure it out.
Oh, okay.
And
interesting.
so she did. What she did was, I don't know what she went online on, maybe it was like the Facebook page of U of A or something like that.
Sure.
And she kind of just put it out there. I know everybody's rushing. I decided not to. Any of you not rushing?
I'm sure she found a whole group of people.
She did find a whole group of people. And that was brilliant. So you don't have to be lonely. You just have to have some courage, which is tough, to put yourself out there. That's what it's about.
Can I and again, I'm not one of these kids, so I cannot tell you what it's like. No, but I can't tell you what it's like to have walked their shoes and grown up like in an age of social media. But I think there's something about social media, the heavy reliance on it. It creates an illusion of connectivity. Look at all my friends. Look at the likes I have. But it's not meaningful. It's not deep. There's no real bond there. No. It requires nothing for you to click like on something, and you're not actually connecting with somebody.
I mean, yes.
But they've grown up with that their whole life.
100% right. You're right. And I mean, I remember going to college and going to Syracuse, and for the first few weeks, I'll tell you this, even 30 years later, I remember some of the conversations we all had at the very beginning of college.
Really?
Oh, yeah. I still remember it. I still remember specific stuff, that we would sit there and talk about being in the same boat, away from our parents.
Yeah.
We could do whatever we want.
We can do whatever we want. That probably wasn't a good idea.
And it could be good and it could be bad.
Yeah, it's probably a little both.
But we were all in the same boat. And I remember, nobody wanted, and again, you mentioned it. Obviously, social media didn't exist. Cell phones didn't exist. I mean, I remember sitting in a room with 20 people. We were watching something. I have no idea. But that just seemed to be real connections in front of real people. And sometimes you
different
were
time.
rejected, and sometimes you weren't.
Yeah.
And it's a different world. But, you know, in talking to Ellie, who's 18 and is going to go to college, I told her, you got to be 50-50. Study. I know you're going to do that. You're going to be successful. I already know that. You got to go meet people. You have to go and make sure you meet people.
You have to be proactive.
Yeah, and that doesn't mean studying for the 8th hour in a row.
Yeah.
I know you're going to have to do that. Go out for 3 hours.
Never did that.
Get somebody and go and have fun. Because that's college has to have that too. And for so many people to think in college that they're alone and
they're sitting in a dorm room or yeah. It's sad, and it leads to a whole variety of other things. You know, that lack of connection can lead to mental health issues, et cetera. It can affect their schoolwork, whatever it might be.
Yeah.
All right, we've got a quick check of the headlines. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And coming up next, are white WNBA players fouled more than black WNBA players? Is there a racial element to the fouling going on in basketball? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, Red Mountain Weight Loss, I know you want to lose weight, and I also know, how can I start for free? Well, this month at Red Mountain, you can start for free. When you mention Gatos, I'm getting the startup fee waived. All programs. What do you need? What are you looking for? Remember, Red Mountain is the leader in medical weight loss, so there are a variety of programs supervised by doctors who specialize in weight loss. Let's say you want to get on the GLP-1 meds, like a lot of people that you know who are looking and feeling fantastic. I call it the nectar of the gods. Well, at Red Mountain, you're going to get more for your money with low-price medications like GLP-1 meds. Fellas, what if you feel like you got a little low testosterone? All right, get your testosterone checked. And if you have low T, you can also start for free. And we'll get you in the door, and you'll have testosterone therapy, and you'll start feeling like you're 20 years old and in college again. Go to redmountainweightloss.com. Tell them Gatos sent you.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Released results of an autopsy on the body of actress Hayden Panettiere, who died Sunday at the age of 36. Here's more from ABC's Mike Dubusky.
The Greenville County Coroner's Office confirms that on August 16th, paramedics were called to a home for a woman in cardiac arrest. They initiated life-saving measures, but she died at 2:32 in the afternoon. The woman, identified as Hayden Panettiere, was staying at that home temporarily, the statement says. There were no signs of trauma, but the exact cause of death is pending further investigation.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. With a check on traffic for us, it's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Sun City with debris blocking the left-hand lanes. Loop 101, Agua Fria, northbound near Thunderbird Road. Chandler with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10, Maricopa Freeway, eastbound near Chandler Boulevard. And Mesa with debris on the right-hand shoulder. US 60, Superstation Freeway, westbound near Mesa Drive. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes Campus. One of our gorgeous patio homes is available right now. This is a rare opportunity with big savings you won't want to miss. Text patio to 620-620 to arrange a tour. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, appreciate you spending time with us today. I'm Bruce. That's Gatos. This is Outspoken, Monday through Friday, 2 to 6.
Absolutely.
We are here.
I got 40 more minutes till I eat dinner. I'm starting to get hungry.
Okay, the hangry is coming on.
You don't want that.
You don't want that.
Nobody wants that from me.
Well, and if you were playing basketball, you'd be out flagrantly fouling somebody right now.
Yes, if I wasn't eating.
So there's a question, because I think there's a narrative right now.
Okay.
That the WNBA, that the players are fouling other players based on race, that players are being targeted because of their skin color.
Okay, I'm black, and I'm going to nail you because you're white. Or I'm white, I'm going to foul you because you're black.
I don't like what you stand for. I don't like what you said, whatever. That there's something going on like that.
All right.
But I didn't just make that up, right? You've seen that.
I've seen it, and I'm not buying that. I don't think that's the reason.
Well, it's good. Because
it's good that people are fouling each other?
Well, It's good that you don't believe it right off the top because there are numbers behind it.
I don't want to believe it either.
Right.
I don't want to believe it's a black versus a white thing.
So in the last 3 seasons, looking at 792 games.
Because we're talking about this because Caitlin Clark gets thrown around the court.
26,000 defensive fouls. And they took a look at the numbers. Who was getting fouled? The race of the player getting fouled. The race of the player fouling.
Is that a new category?
Yeah. Well,
fouled by a white person.
But somebody said
fouled by a black person.
Somebody went and took a look at it and said, "Is this on-court tension real or is it manufactured?"
It's real, but it's not racial.
Because we find out that white players get fouled about 20% less than black players get fouled.
There's more black women in the league.
They did it by minutes played, Also, the data came back and said playing style tends to go where the whistles are. For example, players that attack the rim tend to get fouled more. They took a look at flagrant fouls. These are the things we saw. We saw Caitlin Clark get punched in the throat, right? While lying on the ground.
Kicks. Her head was stepped
flagrant
on.
Foul. And by the way, they didn't call a flagrant foul at the time. I think they went back retroactively and did it.
Right.
Flagrant foul victims, 29% white, 28% black.
Okay.
So no difference there. And how about this? So you mentioned Caitlin Clark. She's been in the league 3 years now. We've also talked about Sophie Cunningham, right?
Yes. Two players from the Indiana.
Caitlin Clark's.
Right.
So they must be the ones who are getting the most flagrant fouls. They're absorbing them, right? They're on the receiving end. Yeah, no. The top players who have received the most flagrant fouls in the WNBA in the last 3 years are Alicia Gray, Chelsea Gray, and Kelsey Mitchell. All black, and none of them are a national story for being on the receiving end of flagrant fouls.
I think what you're seeing with Caitlin Clark is if she gets fouled, it may or may not be a flagrant, but well after the whistle, she gets cheap-shotted. And I think that's
I don't think
different.
she's treated dramatically different.
I do think she gets treated dramatically different.
Yeah.
I think that there is a foul.
Well, the data doesn't back it up.
Well, there's a flagrant foul, and then there's something that comes 10 seconds after the whistle, and that's they beat the crap out of her.
Well, I would tell you that I think you're being force-fed from people that have a
but I see it happening.
Agenda. Yeah, but you don't see it happen to the other players.
Does. So are players getting, kicked in the groin like she is?
The women's game, and one of the arguments is the women's game's more physical than you think it is.
Oh, I think it's physical.
And that yes, they are playing each other physically, and because you didn't see another player get fouled doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Yeah, I think that they are jealous of her.
There might be. I think there's certainly an aspect of that.
I don't think it's racist. I think they're jealous of her because she's the one after 30 years of the league, she put them on the map.
Mm-hmm.
No one talked about this league other than it's terrible basketball. It doesn't make any money, and nobody goes to the games. Now, I got to tell you, it's a lot better basketball. The players are much better.
Better athletes.
Much
you can
better
make an
athletes.
argument. The style has
Caitlin
changed.
Clark is must see.
But I think the style changed to match more of the men's game, where before the style was a lot more hands off. Because these girls have grown up.
They're good.
Playing physical basketball, maybe even against guys. You know what I'm saying?
10 years ago, you had players, high scorer, 9 points. And now it's 18 to 20.
Right.
And so it is much better. But there is definitely a jealousy from many players in the league towards Caitlin Clark because they're like, hey, we've been doing this for a while.
Fine.
And Caitlin Clark quietly says, yeah, but nobody was watching until I got here.
All I'm saying is you can believe what you want. The numbers don't bear out that white players are getting fouled or flagrant fouled more than black players.
I never thought that this was a racial thing.
Okay.
It's a jealousy thing. And I think that they do hit Caitlin Clark quite a lot. And a lot of it's really cheap, and it's well after the whistle.
Well, I'm with Shaq on that, where, you know what, she needs to toughen up. And guess what?
You.
And guess what? Star players, other teams target them and go after them.
Yeah.
They go after star players. You can get them out of their game,
right?
You know? That's how you're going to beat them, right?
Yeah, you get in their head.
Yeah.
But she's doing just fine.
We got a quick check of the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn's got that for us. Coming up next, why are sailors throwing themselves overboard? Well, we're going to talk to Megan McCain. Mondays with Megan. Coming up next, we call it the Remix. Play you some of the highlights and some of her thoughts coming from a military family as well. It's up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
When you hear something live on air from Arizona's Morning News, Mike Broomhead, Outspoken, or Arizona's Evening News that you have to hear again, find the clip anytime with archived audio and video content when you've got the app. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
When I hit my 50s, I felt like things were slowing down.
This is Sandra's Metamucil story.
I started taking Metamucil for digestion, but had no idea it would impact so much more. Not only did Metamucil help me feel more regular, but my heart health saw the benefits too.
Metamucil. One simple routine, 4 health benefits. Digestive health starts here. Go to Metamucil.com for more details.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait, only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
When your joints hurt every day and you've been told you need surgery, it can feel like there's only one option. But remember, once a joint is replaced, there's no going back. Before you schedule surgery, get a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Whether it's bone-on-bone arthritis, a torn meniscus, or years of wear and tear, surgery isn't the only conversation you should have. Talk to QC Kinetics about how they use regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients like you here in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. They concentrate tiny healing tools within your body right in the spot that's actually causing the pain. The whole idea is to give you a real shot at holding off on surgery, or in some cases, avoiding it altogether. Don't just accept surgery is your only choice. Call QC Kinetics today for a second opinion. The consultation is totally free. Clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
3 o'clock hits and you're dragging. No energy, no drive. Can't remember the last time you made it to the gym? It could be low T, and it happens to most men as we get older. Vital for Men specializes in getting you back. A personalized plan, a team that actually listens. You're not just a number. Schedule your free testosterone test today. Know your numbers. Real men, real results. Visit a Vital for Men location near you and take your life back.
Your family's in the pool all summer. Do you know if the electrical system is safe? Most homeowners never think about it, but between summer heat and monsoon moisture, your pool's electric system takes a beating. Parker & Sons offers a pool circuit safety check for just $89. It's a full inspection of everything powering your pool. This is the one service every pool owner needs before the first cannonball of the season. Call or text 602-2REPAIR, and Parker & Sons will make sure your pool is summer ready.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking,
he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
It's reimbursement. It's reimbursement for money we've already spent.
Today, Governor Katie Hobbs met with law enforcement leaders amid her effort to get the federal government to reimburse the state for nearly $1 billion. KTAR's Balanover Stoltz is live in the News Center to tell us more.
Last year's federal legislation, H.R. 1, created a grant to give money back to states to compensate for their spending on border security. Now, Governor Hobbs wants to collect more than $900 million through that grant, explaining at a press conference in Sierra Vista today exactly what she's seeking.
About $700 million of that in our application was state general fund dollars, and then the other $200 million was expenses directly that counties have expended.
And she was joined by Cochise County Sheriff Mark Daniels, who says getting that reimbursement from the federal government is critical. Live in the News Center, Balanover Stoltz, KTAR News.
A KTAR News exclusive.
As the November election draws ever closer, affordability is an issue that many have top of mind. Katie Hobbs' running mate, John Giles, exclusively tells Arizona's Morning News Andy Biggs' congressional record has contributed to the nation's affordability crisis.
The tariffs, the support of the war, these are policies that there's a direct line between the votes that Andy's had in Congress and the human suffering that you're seeing and the financial challenges that the people in Mesa, Arizona are experiencing.
Giles says his time serving as Mesa mayor helps him understand just how dire the affordability crisis actually is. A single 13-word text message could determine whether a former Arizona senator faces a $75,000 lawsuit over an affair.
Court records show details of a recent deposition in North Carolina where former U.S. Senator Kyrsten Sinema testified on her affair with Matthew Amel, a former security staffer. His wife is suing Sinema, claiming she willfully and intentionally contributed to the collapse of her marriage. Sinema's lawyers want the suit thrown out, saying only one text message reached Amel in the state of North Carolina and not enough to establish jurisdiction. The state is among a few that still allows homewrecker suits, where plaintiffs can sue the person their spouse had an affair with for contributing to marital breakdown. Kellen Shover, KTAR News.
Let's turn our attention to the road home now. Enrique Garcia is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Sun City with debris blocking the left-hand lanes. Loop 101, Agua Fria northbound near Thunderbird Road. Chandler with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near Chandler Boulevard. And a quick look into our surface streets. Chandler with a vehicle fire on Chandler Boulevard and McQueen Road. This report is brought to you by Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Still yanking on a cord? Open your shades. Smarten up, Arizona. Connect your window shades to your phone or smart device with motorized shades from Southwest Blinds. Go to southwestblinds.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
92 overnight. That's our low temperature, and it's going to be that way pretty much all week as we're under an extreme heat warning through Friday night. Tuesday's high 112. Right now we're at 111 degrees in Goodyear. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com. It's Give-a-thon week for Phoenix Children's. Become a champion of hope today by texting the word GIVE to 620-620. Your donation can make a big difference because kids can't wait. Text GIVE to 620-620. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
LaDonna here. Arizona's largest foreign employer and one of our biggest trading partners is about to get popped with a 50% tariff. Are we going to feel the pinch? Find out tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News. Catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
All right, every Monday, 3 o'clock live, Megan McCain. Mondays with Megan. Here at 5:30, we'd like to call it, Bruce,
the remix. weeks.
So talked a lot of politics. We talked about water contamination, moldy showers, broken toilet supply, shortages, plumbing issues aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln in the Middle East, where one soldier decided it was so bad he threw himself overboard.
Oh, he was in the water for 4 hours.
That's where we started with Meghan McCain.
The story about the 19-year-old who attempted to commit suicide, or at least maybe had cabin fever so bad that he jumped off the ship. It's like something out of a horror movie. It's like a horrible, horrible story. And, you know, I think anytime things like that are going on, people should be paying attention. And I also think that, you know, rumors don't start from nowhere. Like, where there's smoke, there tends to be fire, especially in situations like this. And I am very concerned about what is or is not going on. And I saw President Trump say they should be deployed longer. Like, deployments are no joke. Ouch. It's like people are away from their family, they're isolated. You know, the food, from my understanding, is not great in the era of Maha. I think food should be a top priority for anyone deploying anywhere, because it'll, you know, feed them and make them have energy, and everything in their life will do better. And it seems like it's a pretty bad situation. And there's already low morale and confusion and fogginess with all things associated with Iran. And I think this is just making it exponentially worse. And my heart is like totally broken for everyone on that ship. I mean, can you imagine? And I think they've been there for like 200 and something days.
Since January.
250.
Yeah.
It's crazy. That's crazy. I'm sorry. It's
no port stops.
No ports of call. Yeah.
250.
That's horrible.
On station.
That's horrible.
Yeah, the whole time.
Meghan McCain is joining us Mondays with Meghan. Yeah, Trump said the deployment, quote, wasn't long enough. And it's one of those things where, like, you know, nothing's really going to surprise us anymore about this guy and what he says and all that kind of stuff. But, like, this is like an easy one. You know, you're like, wait, something doesn't, you know, a normal human being would be, that doesn't sound right. Let me dig into it and let me see what we've got going on. But, of course, you know, Hegseth said basically the families who are getting text messages back, they're lying. And Trump wanted them to stay out, you know, even longer. I mean, this guy doesn't give a crap about the military. We heard what he said about your father. It was the most despicable thing that I've ever heard. Well, I like people who don't get caught. I mean, why are we really surprised, you know, that this is happening to our soldiers? Donald Trump doesn't give a rat's rear end about our soldiers, and we knew that from day one.
I think I'm surprised because he does care about PR and he does care about bad stories. And this is really bad PR. And these stories, like you said, they're sort of hazy right now. There's some that's concrete, some that aren't. Mm-hmm. But I'm sure in the next few weeks when I speak to you, there will be more. Like, journalists are already on this like a dog with a bone. Like, there will be more reporting coming out of this, probably an expose from a notable publication. And if it is the level of a scandal that it sounds like it could potentially be, that will have direct impact on this administration during a time when every reputable polling group is coming out saying that he's in the mid to low 30s, which is historically, as we talked about a few weeks ago, it's the quote Bush line, which means he's at the same approval ratings as President Bush was at the height of the Iraq War when he left his presidency. It's historically low. And again, something is going to penetrate this administration. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's the midterms, which looks like for all intents and purposes going to be extremely bad for Republicans. I don't know if it's 28 when, you know, we have, I think, a hell of a issue and an uphill battle, not only with Iran, but a whole host of other issues in the country, from the economy and then just culturally with these weird women's issues that are now being discussed in conservative circles, like very strange reaction to AOC's egg freezing, like things that are just going to make an impact, and all of these things will have ramifications.
Yeah, I've learned more about egg freezing recently than I ever thought I needed to know.
So
about.
I'm behind. Why does anybody care if she freezes her eggs? What am I missing?
There's a big movement within conservative circles and conservative media. It's like the trad wifeification of conservative everything, and it's very trad Catholic. Everyone's converting to Catholicism. I don't have a problem with that. Do whatever you want, but it's very like dogmatic. And part of that is the idea that AOC is too old to have frozen her eggs, that she put her career first, that she wasn't focusing on her family. Every woman's decision about children and having children, not having children, is their own. And basically, there are a lot of very notable, famous conservative commentators and analysts saying that AOC is basically a childless cat lady, to use the vice president's term, and that she, you know, I wouldn't say has less value, but is not the kind of woman that they want American women to emulate.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a fan of AOC's politics. I couldn't care less about her eggs. Don't care. Doesn't matter to me.
Well,
it
me
doesn't,
either.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I mean, do what you want to do. Women around it.
Live your life.
I think what we need to, I think if we have these conservative pundits that are going on and on about that, why don't you talk about the economy? Why don't you talk about the poll?
They don't want to talk about things that they can't defend.
Why don't you talk about the poll where it says most U.S. voters say they become worse off under Donald Trump? I don't know many people who are better off.
Look, a trans person.
I mean, it's like I'm an independent. Right? If Trump does something well, good. That's good for our country. He's ruining our country because his second term is a disaster. But I mean, look at the people who are saying finances have deteriorated under Donald Trump. How is anyone going to argue that that's not the case?
Yeah, I just read a data point that the least amount of people are buying homes in the United States of America since 2007. I graduated college in 2007, which is 20 years ago, not the age of myself. And people I know are, again, she would not mind that I revealed this, but my co-host on my show, she has 2 jobs. She works on my show and she works on another show. Her husband has 2 jobs, and they now can't afford air conditioning to air condition their entire house. And because everything, again, is just more expensive. And this is someone I love, that I know. I hope my bosses pay her more so then she can afford more air conditioning. But this is not like an obscure people necessarily living on the poverty line. This is hitting middle class people and beyond. And one of the things that I think we all have to do, that, when you work in political commentary, is like stick your finger up in the air and see where the wind's going. And all I know is that there is a malaise in the country and an exhaustion. Like there just seems to be like nothing is really getting ostensibly better. The thing that I would point to is like, yes, President Trump has had major culture war wins, but I just don't think that matters when it costs in the same way when it costs $100 for people to fill up their gas tanks, and groceries are taking up, I think I read there's like 35% of an average American's income. With socialism rising in the tides in the way that it is so much, if Americans don't feel like they have a stake in the American dream and the American economy, I think socialism is poison. But I understand why it's spreading, because people are desperate. And so they're desperate for anything that they think could possibly make the economy work for them. And Republicans have to start taking it on the chin and realize our messaging is just royally not landing right now. It's just people are not buying it. And you don't have to believe me and be like, oh, Megan's an anti-Trump person. Look at the data. Look at the polling. Look at what people are, suffering.
That's a bit of Meghan McCain earlier today. She's live at 3 o'clock, Mondays with Megan, and we do a little bit of the remix here at 5:30. Yeah, it's not good out there. The war is not going well. The economy is not going well. No. People don't feel like they have a lot of money to spend.
And they're also worried.
I think
because
they don't.
I don't think they think it's getting better when we hear things like the whether the war is going to escalate again or there's new tariffs on something else.
There's a 0% chance we get out of this war by midterms. 0, because Iran won't allow that. Iran is going to troll the president, try and punish the president.
I don't even know if we could surrender and it would be
so.
over.
I don't think they'll let us.
They won't. Yeah.
So this will continue, and it is not easy for a lot of people out there.
No.
Yeah, and again, I can look at Trump and say, hey, you secured the border really well, and it didn't take very long. He did that. That's good. But he's got an America last agenda. It has not been an America first. It has been America last. Everything's more expensive. Tariffs were a disaster. Iran was a disaster. Forever war we're in. On and on. Measles is up most in 3 decades. I mean, I could give you a list of 40
making measles
things.
great again?
I'd rather not go into it.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So things are not good. They can get a lot better, but I don't know if they will under this man.
Yeah, I wouldn't hold my breath.
I'm not holding my breath.
Okay, good, because I didn't want you to pass out.
I'm not holding my breath.
Good. Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And coming up next, so think about all the vice presidents that we've had in the last, I'll go with 30 years.
All right.
Which one had conversations with aliens?
Quayle?
Solid guess, but wrong. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Listen during Giveathon Week for Phoenix Children's Stories of Hope, presented by Madame E. Homes.
All I wanted to do was make sure that Easton knew I was there, and I started singing in his ear, and I held his head, and I just wanted him to know I was there. His face was almost unrecognizable.
They knew it was pretty severe, so. And then they took him up to the ICU.
The Giveathon for Phoenix Children's is presented by Your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
Progressive knows you've never met Channel 6 meteorologist Daniel Hughes, but when he says it'll be sunny, you trust him. After all, he is a weather professional who knows how to use a green screen and probably went to weather school. You never went to weather school, so you hit the farmer's market in your convertible. Turns out Daniel Hughes is not dependable, but Progressive is. So bundle your home and auto insurance and get 24/7 protection and reliable coverage. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Giveathon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit yrefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end September 8th. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:47. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Luigi Mangione's state murder trial was adjourned today after he pleaded guilty to federal charges. ABC's Peter Haralambous has more.
Defense lawyers argue that the state murder case should be thrown out entirely by arguing that Mangione is being subjected to double jeopardy by facing both federal and state charges. The former Ivy Leaguer pleaded guilty to 2 federal stalking charges last week, admitting in open court that he killed United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Mangione was originally slated to go to trial on state murder charges in September, but his next appearance is now scheduled for December 10th as the judge weighs dismissing those state charges. Mangione will be sentenced a week later in federal court. Peter Haralambous, ABC News, New York.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get a look at those roads now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe with a crash blocking the middle and right lanes on the Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway eastbound near McClintock Drive. Phoenix with a crash blocking the left-hand lanes on the Durango Curve / I-17 southbound near McDowell Road. And Peoria with debris on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Agua Fria northbound near Thunderbird Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
It's time for a little laugh.
Brought to you by Sonic.
What do you call a hot dog on wheels? What? Fast food.
Keep listening for more little laughs during the Give-a-thon. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
At Train, tough comes standard. But real strength isn't just muscle, it's knowing when to flex. HVAC units tough enough for the extremes, but smart enough to know what's next. We engineer for chaos, so your home always stays comfortable. Train, built strong, engineered smart. It's hard to stop a train.
Train is a proud sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital and Champions of Hope, helping provide funding for the hospital's care, life-saving research, and families in need.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp along with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, where I'm a client. Stuart, I got a friend going through a divorce. What do they need to know about how this can affect their retirement?
Jim, the biggest thing is this. Divorce doesn't just divide assets. It can completely rewrite your retirement plan. So before you sign a divorce settlement, understand what it means for your retirement. A person may have thought they were 5 years away from retirement, but after dividing retirement accounts, pensions, and home equity, that timeline may change.
So how do you help someone get clarity?
Jim, we cash flow the new retirement picture. At Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, we use planning software like eMoney to model out different scenarios. We don't replace the divorce attorney, but we can help people understand whether the settlement supports their long-term retirement goals.
Get a free portfolio review at AssetPreservationWealth.com. AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
The opponents of flock cameras say there's a lot more to the story. We'll discuss it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15. Watch on the YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Gatos, I've got a UFO story. I know this is something you're excited about.
I love the UFO stories. It's quality entertainment for me. I really don't believe that there are aliens, but and I do see there is some weird stuff in the sky, but this is a good one.
It's solid, right?
It's solid.
We have a government whistleblower actually testified before Congress. Previously. And made some claims last week on the Dr. Phil podcast, which is now becoming the
UFO podcast. Dr. Phil is all in on UFOs. That is his new thing.
So according to this man, who, again, testified before Congress.
All right.
He says that U.S. officials have communicated telepathically with alien pilots that they pulled from dozens of UFOs. He says between 25 and 100 are in government possession. But wait, there's more. He said the person who oversaw all of this,
the detainment situation involving live aliens captured,
is someone they referred to as Darth Vader.
Darth Cheney.
Dick Cheney, who was vice president. Apparently, according to this whistleblower, was the guy overseeing all of this. It is unclear if Dick Cheney communicated telepathically with the aliens, because that would probably terrify him.
Is Dick Cheney the human you want to sit down in front of aliens?
If aliens were here, who do you want to negotiate with?
Right. Is Dick Cheney, and I'll say this.
Take us to your leader. No, we're taking you to Dick Cheney.
I think I'm good with it. Dick Cheney was a tough son of a gun.
He seemed like a pretty tough guy. I'm not going to lie about that.
So he's not the only one. Because I've told you before, George Herbert Walker Bush was briefed on an incident in 1964 at an air base in New Mexico in which, and I quote, 3 alien crafts approached the base, one landing and allowing a non-human entity to engage with U.S. Air Force and CIA personnel. Bush was later personally briefed on the incident.
How about this? Barry Goldwater. You remember that story?
Yeah.
said that Air Force General Curtis LeMay refused his request to see a UFO and alien storage room at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base, telling a United States senator, not only can you not go into it, don't ever mention it to me again.
It's crazy.
How do you say that to a senator?
I don't know.
Appreciate you guys spending time with us today. Thank you guys very, very much. We also thank everyone that puts the show together. We look through the double pane bulletproof glass. We've got the First Lady of Outspoken. That's our producer, Miss Jules, over there. Also, the Pride of Tennessee and a Hall of Famer in her own right. That's Becky Lynn with all your news and information and getting you home with all your traffic. That's our buddy Enrique. Don't call me Iglesias. Thanks, guys.
Arizona's Evening News is next. Bruce, you're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I'm back, and you're lucky I put up with you.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Why are so many car shoppers heading to Earnhardt Hyundai in North Scottsdale? Usually it's our famous no-bull pricing, friendly service, and massive inventory. But right now through Labor Day, the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event takes savings to a whole new level. Looking for flexibility? Drive home in a new 2026 Hyundai Tucson with 0% APR financing for 60 months, plus no payments for 90 days. Need more space? Shoppers may get that same offer on select Santa Fe and Santa Fe hybrid models. And every Hyundai is backed by Hyundai Assurance, America's best warranty. A 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Don't wait. Test drive your favorite today at Earnhardt Hyundai in North Scottsdale or visit NorthScottsdaleHyundai.com.
0% APR for 60 months is $1,667 per 1,000 financed. Deferred payment offer for 90 days on select 2026 Tucson and Santa Fe models on approved credit through HMF, plus tax, title, license, and dealer fees. Offer ends September 8th. See dealer for details.
Folks ask me how to spot a termite. I tell them, if you're waiting for a sign, you're letting them get the jump on you. Termite don't want your attention. He wants the bones of your home, and he's been whittling at them longer than you think.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Don't let termites get the jump on you. Smart protection starts before the damage does. Call 602 Blue Sky for your free termite inspection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, pests.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Let's be honest, the Arizona summers are brutal, but local crime numbers can be even scarier, especially when it comes to protecting your home. If you think that doorbell camera or expensive alarm system is going to keep burglars out, think again. Professional thieves use Wi-Fi jammers, glass cutters to get in and out long before the police are notified. But you know what Wi-Fi jammers and glass cutters can't do? They can't get through Bulldog security screens. Just ask me. I went to Bulldog Security Screens factory in Tucson, where I attacked those screens with everything from a bowling ball to a sledgehammer, and the only thing I broke was a sweat and a baseball bat. Oh, and there's another added benefit. These screens block the scorching UV rays out of your house, and they look terrific because they look and act just like shade screens. You want real protection for your home? Get Bulldog Security Screens for your windows, patio doors, and entry doors. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Bulldog Security Screens. They're tough.
Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SALE now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SALE now.
I'm Doug Hopkins with My Home Group and DougHopkins.com, and I want to buy your house. If you're considering selling your home for any reason, do yourself a favor and let us show you how we can give you more. With no agent fees, no commissions, no repairs, and no showings, you can get a straightforward cash deal that you can close on in as little as 3 days. Other buyers may try to make you an offer without ever seeing your home. Then may try to lower that offer or even cancel the deal after inspecting it. I will never do that. Our team will come out to your house and make you a fair as-is cash offer on the spot and will never cancel after the deal is signed for any reason. That's the Doug Hopkins difference. See for yourself why more people trust the Doug Hopkins team. Visit us today at DougHopkins.com or
call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SALE now. Call Doug Hopkins, 1-800-SALE now.
Every home tells a story. Sometimes it's the story of the family who lived there before. Their kitchen, their bathroom, how they cooked, entertained, and lived. Maybe they wanted walls where you'd rather have light, or a giant tub instead of a spa-like shower. They built for another life, different priorities, different tastes. Then one day, it hits you. You're living with someone else's decisions. That's where Trevec Remodeling and Roofing comes in. You may already live exactly where you want. The neighborhood, views, and memories are yours. So why leave? Because the inside no longer reflects you? At Trevec, your home should tell your story, your style, your family, your life, your dreams. If you're thinking, I love where I live, I just don't love my home, it's time to call Trevec. Visit Trevec.com. That's TRAVEK.com. Trevec Remodeling and Roofing. Together building dreams for 25 years.
I'm Javier Soto. When something changes in the Valley, ABC 15 helps you understand what it means for you with dedicated reporters in your community listening to your concerns. Join us weeknights at 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good Monday evening at 6 o'clock. I'm Joe Huizenga.
And I'm Becky Lynn. Tonight,
Secretaries of State confront the federal agency tasked with guarding our elections from cyber threats. I'm Heidi Hommel.
also, the president is weighing in on those flock security cameras. We'll have those stories in just moments, but right now, let's head to the roads with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you so much. Tempe with a vehicle fire on the Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway eastbound near 52nd Street, Peoria, with debris on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Agua Fria northbound near Thunderbird Road, and Phoenix with a crash blocking the left-hand lanes on the Durango Curve southbound near McDowell Road. This report is brought to you by Mist America, Arizona's leader in premier outdoor cooling. Text MIST to 620-620 for the 10% off Gato special. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, it's going to be mostly clear. Overnight low is going to be about 90 degrees. Tomorrow, we're going to be up around 111 degrees for the high, and overnight, it'll be mostly clear with a low around 90 as well. We're under an extreme heat warning until Friday at 8 in the evening, and right now, it's toasty out there. In Phoenix, 111 degrees. Weather's brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com.
President Trump says the White House has no official position for now on the recent controversy surrounding flock surveillance cameras. Critics say those cameras are collecting data on people and that law enforcement is using the technology for nefarious or illegal purposes. At the White House, President Trump told reporters his administration is looking into it.
Well, it's being studied right now. You know, you have pros and cons, right? It's being studied right now. We'll have an answer sort of as to our views on it over the next couple of weeks.
A KTAR News exclusive.
As the November election comes ever closer, affordability is an issue many have top of mind. Katie Hobbs' running mate John Giles exclusively tells Arizona's Morning News Andy Bigg's congressional record has contributed to the nation's affordability crisis.
The tariffs, the support of the war, these are policies that there's a direct line between the votes that Andy's had in Congress and the human suffering that you're seeing and the financial challenges that the people in Mesa, Arizona are experiencing.
Giles says his time serving as Mesa mayor helps him understand how dire the affordability crisis is.
2 Phoenix police officers are on administrative leave after allegations of criminal conduct surfaced against the officers. Preliminary information shows they conducted a traffic stop where force was used, yet not reported as is required by policy.
We got NetSuite. NetSuite brings all your business.
Are alleged to have turned off their body cameras during the stop. Phoenix police is conducting a criminal investigation into this incident.
Eyes on Education.
The Peoria Unified School District's new K-8 literature curriculum drops several books focused on the lives and experiences of people of color.
Summer of the Mariposas, A Raisin in the Sun, and Narrative of the Life of Frederick Douglass were all cut from the curriculum. The governing board agenda cited district anti-diversity, equity, and inclusion policies, as well as the appropriateness of the material for young children, with the books including racial slurs and physical abuse. Carrie Cooper with the West Valley NAACP said the organization will file a formal complaint against the district.
We want to know why books were removed by black authors. We want to know why books were removed by Latino authors.
A district spokesperson said removing the books doesn't mean they'll cut lessons related to those historical events. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
To read more education solution stories, go to KTAR.com/education.
Social media giant Meta in court again tomorrow, facing a lawsuit from almost 30 state attorneys general. Here's ABC's Mike Dubosky.
The lawsuit, originally filed in 2023, claims the features on Instagram and Facebook, like infinite scrolling and push notifications, created harmful mental health impacts, especially in children. It says Meta used these powerful and unprecedented technologies to entice, engage, and ultimately ensnare young people. Testimony is expected from Meta executives, including possibly CEO Mark Zuckerberg and Instagram head Adam Mosseri.
Take a look at your money on Wall Street today, pressured by ongoing Middle East tensions, climbing oil prices, and caution surrounding artificial intelligence and chip valuations. The indexes were down slightly. The Dow dropped 272 points, closed at 53,459. The Nasdaq was off 84, closed at 26,644, and the S&P dropped about 40 points, closed at 7,745. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com.
Tensions between state election officials and the Trump administration are heating up as we head into the heart of midterm election season. Frustrations boiled over last week during a phone call that was hosted by the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency for state officials. To find out what happened during this call, we turn to KTAR News reporter Heidi Hummel. Heidi, you spoke today with Secretary of State Adrian Fontes, and apparently he went off in this phone call. Is that what he told you?
Yeah, no, this call was a week ago today, and basically, yeah, he wasn't happy. Basically decided that he doesn't feel supported. The organization is called CISA, the Cyber and Infrastructure Security Agency, and that's under the Department of Homeland Security. And so now we kind of need some context to understand this. In 2025, CISA basically, he says they withdrew their support. They ended federal funding for Election Infrastructure Information Sharing and Analysis Center, and that basically shared threat intelligence and cybersecurity alerts with elections officials nationwide. So looking out for cyber attacks against our elections. Now in early 2025, when CISA did this, they said they were kind of refocusing the mission of the agency. But now that the midterms are, a few months away, it feels like the hens have come home to roost. Now all these secretaries of state are not happy with CISA and don't feel supported. But despite this, Secretary Fontes says that he does feel like they're prepared for the midterms, like everything is going to go off without a hitch, just kind of frustrated that there is a lack of federal support when it comes to elections.
So it feels like Fontes thinks that CISA, the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, is there to really support the states and the cities, those who run the elections. But how is that agency actually supposed to work with state election officials? Do we know what the letter of the law says? Are they supposed to support the states and cities? Because Fontes sure seems like he feels like they're not doing their job.
Yeah, and that's how Fontes explained it to me, is that CISA goes to the localities, the counties, the smaller municipalities, and when they have cyber threats, or there's a concern of a cyber threat, they go and tell CISA. CISA is the cybersecurity expert, and then they tell them, here's how we're going to patch this vulnerability so there's not a breach. And then they let all the other secretaries of state know that, hey, there was this threat or this cyber risk, and here's how we're preventing it from not going down. So CISA feels like, or Fontes feels like CISA has isolated itself by doing this, in 2025, ending funding for the program that helped them share intelligence.
So if they're not going to be sharing this intelligence, what are they doing?
CISA, there's more than just election security intelligence. They watch out for water infrastructure, cybersecurity, also a bunch of different facets of government. They are the cybersecurity watchdogs for.
Were they part of, over the past couple of months, we've had those attacks on the water systems in several states?
Ironically, this week's Water Watch. You can hear more about that on Wednesday. So they don't just do election infrastructure work. It's water infrastructure, all kinds of other things as well.
So Fontes also said that the people that work at CISA work against state officials. How are they working against the state officials?
I think Fontes is upset by the Trump administration directive to pull back funding for that program in 2025. I think this really comes down to the beef between Fontes and Trump's efforts to federalize our elections and pass the Save America Act, which hasn't passed, in his executive order that also looks to federalize elections. I think it all boils down to that. And maybe Trump's refocusing of CISA in early 2025 was part of his efforts now in 2026 to federalize elections that aren't working from the local level. That, Save America Act doesn't have enough bipartisan support to pass, and his executive order has been shot down by several judges.
So, like, if CISA's not working to try to prevent things like this from happening with elections, then you can continue to say, oh, our elections are being breached, we're having trouble, because now it doesn't have anybody that's working on fixing that.
Yes.
They just took that off the plate.
The whole point of the call, there really was an agenda. It was kind of more of a meeting of the minds. But, Fontes said they're just covering their tails. They, trying to avoid finger pointing later on by, hey, we hopped on a call with them. No issues were raised. So what do you want us to do about it?
So what would make both sides happy here? What's the happy medium?
I don't know what CISA wants. I haven't talked to them. What Fontes wants is more collaboration with CISA at the local level and this federal agency. And
kind of how things used to be.
Yeah. And enough with the threats. He specifically pointed to something DHS Secretary Mark Wayne Mullen said about, threats against elections officials and possibly prosecuting them if they don't follow the Trump administration's directives, which, again, those directives, not law. His executive order has been challenged in the courts, and the Save America Act has not passed in Congress.
Heidi Hummel trying to interpret the words of our Secretary of State, Adrian Fontes. Thank you so much, Heidi. We appreciate it.
Coming up in just a few moments, why are U.S. sailors throwing themselves overboard on the USS Abraham Lincoln? Meghan McCain sounds off on the tragic story, and we'll have more on her thoughts next.
This week, you can change a child's life. It's Give-a-thon week, Becky Lynn, and it's for Phoenix Children's. It's presented by the Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi. What you can do right now is text GIVE to 620-620. That's GIVE to 620-620. Or call the Train phone bank at 602-933-4567, 602-933-4567. Do that right now. You can become a champion of hope. You can make a tremendous difference in a child's life. And it's going to be Give-a-thon week. You're going to hear from us, from Outspoken, Broomhead, Jim and LaDonna in the morning, all the folks over at Arizona Sports as well. It's going to be a great week.
Yes, and then we'll be down there on Friday.
Yes, we will. We look forward to it. So make sure to tune in. KTAR News Time, 6:11.
Is someone in your family, a loved one, facing a life-limiting illness? You may need hospice. And if you don't know where to turn or which one to choose, let me help you. My mom and I chose Uplift Hospice earlier this year. Did you know you have a choice? You do. And I would caution you to choose wisely. There are hundreds of hospice providers. They do not all offer the same comfort, care, and kindness that Uplift Hospice does. We first went with a different hospice provider and just was not quite the right fit for my mom. And then a friend suggested Uplift Hospice. I called them right away, and I'm glad I did. It's little things that make a difference. Quick access to people who have the answers. Caregivers who will really get to know your loved one by name and who provide exactly what they need. Nurses who are there when you need them. Every family deserves care that feels personal, and that's what Uplift Hospice brings. And Uplift Hospice brings that care to your loved one where they are, not in a facility, but in their home or assisted living, a nursing facility, wherever it may be. It could be in your home. Uplift was voted Best Hospice in the Valley for 2026 by the readers of Phoenix Magazine, and I can personally recommend them too. UpliftHospice.com. Go learn more about hospice and them. Give them a call. UpliftHospice.com. They're the best.
Start smart with Arizona's morning news.
The flip side of that is to do as the governor suggested, which is to be out on the radio every day and to be answering hard questions.
Arizona's morning news, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our
our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
They will resume like normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery as the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. He'd heard the commercial on the air, and so it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Hey guys, Dave Ramsey here. Have you opened your electric bill yet this summer? In Phoenix, electric bills can hit hard. And if your home has old windows and doors, it probably seems like you're paying enough to cool the entire neighborhood. That's why I recommend my friends at Window World. You see, replacing old windows is one of those smart upgrades that can actually help lower your power bill while making your home more comfortable during these brutal Arizona summers. And here's what I like about Window World. They keep it simple. No high-pressure sales tactics or confusing special discount. Just beautiful, energy-efficient windows, patio doors, and entry doors at a guaranteed low upfront price. And they come with a true lifetime warranty. Get started today at windowworldphoenix.com. That's windowworldphoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
Jan on the street. Hi, it's Jan from Toyota. Summer's not over at the National Sales Event, so I'm taking to the streets to see how people are keeping summer fun going with a new Toyota. Excuse me, sir. How are you making summer last longer with your Toyota?
Oh, going mudding in my Tundra.
Everybody loves a mud bath. Player with the jump shot. What about you?
Taking my RAV4 downtown to a rooftop restaurant to shoot my shot with Stacy.
Stacy's a lucky lady. Mom with the twins. Your turn.
Starting a true crime podcast in my Grand Highlander while the kids are at day camp.
Oh, I know the one. It's juicy. Man with the ball. And you?
Driving my BZ to the park to play kickball with friends. Kickball is life.
I want that to be my life, too. Well, those are some great ways to extend summer. See you next time. Jan on the street.
Event ends August 31st. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp. And if you thought electric cars were expensive, wait till you hear about the one that just sold for $40 million. Join LaDonna, Harvey, and me for a Tech Tuesday on Arizona's Morning News. Catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel or 92.3 FM.
It's 6:16. Thanks for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizinga here with Becky Lynn.
And we are going to get a check on traffic right now. Let's go to Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Joe, thank you so much. Tempe with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Price Freeway southbound near Southern Avenue. Tempe with a vehicle fire blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway eastbound near 52nd Street. And Chandler with a crash blocking the exit ramp. Loop 202, Santiago Freeway eastbound near Alma School Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low will not be so low. It will be about 90 degrees, mostly clear skies. Becky Lynn, give us another Exactly. Tomorrow expected to be sunny and hot with a high around 111. Overnight, we're looking for it to be mostly clear. Becky Lynn, the low again, going to be 90. No monsoon chances until at least Thursday in the current forecast. Right now in Avondale, 110 degrees. Weather's brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way and sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com.
Meghan McCain, who hosts the Citizen McCain podcast and daughter of the late Senator John McCain, joined Bruce and Gatos this afternoon for Mondays with Meghan. And they spoke about the horrific story that involves the USS Abraham Lincoln and reports that sailors and Marines aboard have thrown themselves overboard due to deplorable conditions on this ship. Now, here's what Meghan had to say.
Yeah, the reporting on this, I agree with you. Like, there's some really legitimate people like Clarissa Ward from CNN reporting on it. And then there's other stuff that I saw on social media that ended up being a hoax or just something created, you know, with AI on Twitter. But the story about the 19-year-old who, you know, attempted to commit suicide or at least maybe had cabin fever so bad that he jumped off the ship is just like it's like something out of a horror movie. It's like a horrible, horrible story. And, I think anytime things like that are going on, people should be paying attention. And I also think that, rumors don't start from nowhere. Like where there's smoke, there tends to be fire, especially in situations like this. And I am very concerned about what is or is not going on. And I saw President Trump say they should be deployed longer. Like deployments are no joke. It's like people are away from their family. They're isolated. The food, from my understanding, is not great in the era of Maha. I think food should be a top priority for anyone deploying anywhere because it'll, feed them and make them have energy and everything in their life will do better. And it seems like it's a pretty bad situation. And there's already low morale and confusion and fogginess with all things associated with Iran. And I think this is just making it exponentially worse. And my heart is like totally broken for everyone on that ship. I mean, can you imagine? And I think they've been there for like 200 and something days.
Since January.
250.
Yeah.
It's crazy. That's crazy. I'm sorry. It's
no
August.
port stops.
No ports of call. Yeah.
250.
That's horrible.
And McCain also weighed in on the economy in the United States right now.
Yeah, I just read a data point that the least amount of people are buying homes in the United States of America since 2007. I graduated college in 2007, which is 20 years ago, not to age myself. And people I know are, again, she would not mind that I revealed this, but my co-host on my show, she has two jobs. She works on my show and she works on another show. Her husband has two jobs, and they now can't afford air conditioning to air condition their entire house. And because everything, again, is just more expensive. And this is someone I love, that I know. I hope my bosses pay her more so then she can afford more air conditioning. But this is not like an obscure people necessarily living on the poverty line. This is hitting middle-class people and beyond. And I agree. For me, it's like one of the things that I think we all have to do, when you work in political commentary, is like stick your finger up in the air and see where the wind's going. And all I know is that there is a malaise in the country and an exhaustion. Like there just seems to be like nothing is really getting ostensibly better. The thing that I would point to is like, yes, President Trump has had major culture war wins, but I just don't think that matters when it costs in the same way when it costs $100 for people to fill up their gas tanks and groceries are taking up, I think I read there's like 35% of an average American's income. And, with socialism rising in the tides in the way that it is so much, if Americans don't feel like they have a stake in the American dream and the American economy, I think socialism is poison. But I understand why it's spreading because people are desperate. And so they're desperate for anything that they think could possibly make the economy work for them. And Republicans have to start taking it on the chin and realize our messaging is just royally not landing right now. It's just people are not buying it. And you don't have to believe me and be like, oh, Megan's an anti-Trump person. Look at the data. Look at the polling. Look at what people are, suffering. And I can remember talking to you guys about your Thanksgiving food drives and that there was like record numbers of people eating Thanksgiving dinners. I mean, it's really depressing. And I expected every administration, I expect something more, and I expected to be more hopeful. And I've been so disappointed for basically the last decade.
You can hear more of her interview and make sure to check out the podcast on the app or at KTAR.com.
Coming up, more extreme heat is on the way. Find out when we'll get some relief from our scorching temperatures. And we're less than 5 minutes away from more on that story, plus another check on traffic. KTAR News Time, 6:22.
Give-a-thon week is happening.
Donate $20 a month, and a patient like me will get a cuddly teddy bear. I want a teddy bear. Call now and donate, please.
Call the phone bank at 602-933-4567.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Wi-Fi.
Sonic Drive-In is a proud partner of the Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's. Become a champion of hope for our local children and families in need. Dine at any of the Arizona Sonic locations from now through August 31st, and Sonic will donate $1 from every Wacky Pack Kids meal sold to Phoenix Children's. That's $1 for every Wacky Pack meal sold. Feed your kids and help the kids at Phoenix Children's. With your support, we can continue to improve specialized children's care in Arizona. Live free, eat Sonic.
Forget packing suitcases and fighting airport lines. Your family's favorite vacation is your own backyard. Dolphin Pools has been building Arizona's best backyard getaways for over 43 years. with the highest Google and Yelp ratings in the Valley. This summer, cool off at home and make memories that actually last. Go to dolphinpools.us and start planning today. That's dolphinpools.us. Dolphin Pools. No passport needed. Gear up this fall with the new All-Pro battery by Steel. Tackle any task with 60% more peak power. Exclusively available only at your local Steel dealer. 60% peak power comparison between AP300PC and AP300S.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
And Doug.
Limu and I created a trick to help you remember that you can customize your car insurance and save with Liberty Mutual. You see, the shirts Limu and I wear are yellow, and yellow is the color of lemons. And lemons grow on trees, and trees provide oxygen. And oxygen helps us breathe, and breathing is how you live. And you can live more life when you save money by customizing your car insurance. I agree, Limu. It's really quite simple. Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, Glendale. America First Credit Union's new Arizona branch at 5084 North 83rd Avenue is now open, and we'd love to see you there. Stop by to check it out, say hello, and enter to win a $1,000 concert e-gift card as well as a guitar. Come help us celebrate the grand opening of our Glendale location, and let us help you do more with your money. Visit americafirst.com for details or to become a member today. Eligibility terms and conditions apply. Must be 18 or older to enter. No purchase required. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal opportunity lender.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com.
This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good Monday evening. It is 6:26. I'm Becky Lynn.
And I'm Joe Huizenga. Tonight, how long are we going to be saddled with this extreme heat warning that's upon us? And
Governor Hobbs is seeking nearly $1 billion from the feds. I'm Ballin Overstoles.
Those stories and a whole lot more. But first, we're going to make sure that you get home safe. We're going to go to the roads. Here's Enrique Garcia, fresh off vacation, live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Joe, thank you so much. Tempe, we have a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Price Freeway southbound near Southern Avenue. Tempe with a tamed vehicle fire blocking the right-hand lanes. Loop 202, Red Mountain Freeway eastbound near 52nd Street and Chandler with a crash blocking the exit ramp. Loop 202, Santiago Freeway eastbound near Alma School Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Our overnight lows all week long, since we're under an extreme heat warning, are going to be right around 90 and in the low 90s every night this week. And our highs during the day, 111, maybe even 112 tomorrow. Right now in Phoenix, it's still 109 degrees. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com.
The Arizona Diamondbacks today placed Ketel Marte on the restricted list minutes before their game at Fenway Park was set to begin in Boston. The team has not provided any specifics yet on why they made the move, but John Gambadoro of our sister station, Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, says Marte did not show up in batting practice, even though that he posted on his Instagram that he landed in Boston with the team Sunday.
Well, we just brought you the forecast, but wanted to let you know that the National Weather Service has issued this extreme heat warning for the week with the daytime highs north of 110. And meteorologist Sean Benedict says not only will the highs approach record levels, these overnight lows are above normal.
We're talking upper 80s to around that 90-degree mark. The combo of the high afternoon temperatures and the warm low temperatures is going to lead to major heat risk.
And so Benedict says those with health problems should stay out of the heat during the afternoon.
The City of Surprise has ended its contract with Flock Safety, the company that makes automatic license plate reading cameras. The Surprise is no longer using the Flock system and is having the company remove the physical cameras as well. This after the City of Surprise announced last week it was suspending its use of Flock cameras after an audit found potential misuse of the system by one of their police officers.
An Arizona woman accused of having inappropriate communications with a teenaged coworker is under arrest.
31-year-old Quinn Brinkley worked with a 16-year-old boy at a sushi restaurant in Gold Canyon. Court documents state the interactions between the two progressed from workplace conversations to electronic messaging and physical encounters, and Brinkley would later send nude photographs of herself to the teen. The victim also said she was aware he was underage. Brinkley faces one count of luring a minor for sexual exploitation and one count of furnishing obscene material to a minor. Kellen Shover, KTAR News.
There's more on this story at KTAR.com.
The Pima County Sheriff's Department search and rescue deputies are responding to reports of human remains being found in a desert area. The deputies are investigating near West Ajo Way and South La Cholla Boulevard in Tucson, and they say the remains appear to have been there for an extended period of time. The Pima County Sheriff Department clarifies that at this time there is no indication they are connected to the Nancy Guthrie investigation.
This weekend saw three Valley basketball legends earn permanent honors among the all-time greats.
I got to the city in 2004, and I instantly knew this was the place for me.
That's Phoenix Mercury legend Diana Taurasi, widely considered the greatest WNBA player of all time, having her jersey retired and being inducted into the Mercury Ring of Honor.
This place has made me who I am. You guys let me grow, you let me fall, you let me get back up, and you gave me the space to become who I am today.
Meanwhile, Phoenix Suns legends Amari Stoudemire and former head coach Mike D'Antoni were inducted into the Naismith Basketball Hall of Fame. Both were instrumental in the team's success in the mid-2000s as part of the 7 seconds or less Suns, creating an up-tempo style of play that changed basketball forever. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Well, the D-backs could use Ketel Marte this afternoon.
Oh, bad.
It's bad right now. Yeah, they are losing 10-1 in the bottom of the 7th. You can check out that action over on our sister station, Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. Bottom of the 7th inning, D-backs trailing 10-1 to the Red Sox. Find out which games Dylan Brooks circled on the Suns' upcoming season schedule over on ArizonaSports.com. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical.
Governor Katie Hobbs is requesting nearly $1 billion from the federal government to reimburse state spending on border security. But is that money going to be showing up anytime soon? Let's find out from KTAR News reporter Ballin Overstoles, who joins us right now. Ballin, can we expect that? I mean, are we going to get it back at all?
Yeah, at this point, we don't really know for sure. So what's actually happening here is the governor's office has applied for a grant for Arizona to basically reimburse border security costs over the last 5 years. They say that adds up to a little bit over $900 million, close to $1 billion. So they're actually applying for that grant available through the federal government, which was created by Congress last year. So this is a new grant. They are applying for that. It is competitive, so other states can apply for it as well, and then a certain amount of money will be awarded out. That decision will come late October. So at this point, we don't know for sure if Arizona will see this money. Obviously, I mentioned it's a competitive grant, and I think in Arizona, a sentiment we hear a lot is that we're sort of the front step of the border crisis, right. the drugs that are coming into the United States, however you want to exactly frame it. We're at the front of that when it comes to issues along the southern border. So Hobbs today definitely made the case that because of that, we are pretty deserving of this money all in all compared to other states. But again, we'll actually have to see how the grant process plays out. Decision could come late October.
How do we come up with $1 billion here, Bowen? Is that something that is all the state of Arizona? Is that some of the other counties and other departments? How do we reach that figure?
So yeah, this is all spending within the state of Arizona, but about 700 million of it is actual state spent dollars from the general fund. So this is something the state legislator may have diverted funds toward, or other programs already ongoing in Arizona. And then another about $200 million is actually just expenses that would be paid back to counties. So that could be for equipment, that could be for a variety of sort of border operations and drug interdiction work. We don't, of course, have a breakdown for all of that, but we do know that about $200 million, again, would go back to counties to sort of backfill money they've been spending to deal with border security. Whereas, again, the other $700 million is for the actual state. We did hear if Arizona does get this money, it would go to basically the general fund first and have to be dispersed after. So could definitely see a bit of an extended timeline of, counties that were spending X dollars getting X dollars back.
So you said this was a competitive grant, so other states are putting in to get money back as well. Is $1 billion the whole grant and we might have to split it out with people, or could we... Is only one state going to get reimbursed? How's it going to work?
It appears to be about $10 billion that was set aside for this. That's from what I could see just doing some research and what's available for the grant application online now. So definitely more than what we're asking for is available here. So, I mean, that seems to present a decent case for us getting this money, but who knows for sure. But yeah, a total of about $10 billion, whereas we're asking for less than $1 billion, but close to that amount.
So if Arizona doesn't get that $1 billion, though, supposedly the money's supposed to be doled out by late October. What happens if we don't get that money in late October?
Yeah, that's when a decision could come at least, and it's unclear at this point. For the counties that have been spending on this, I actually think they may feel that the most when you're talking about a smaller county or one that has less resources along the border. We heard from Cochise County today, they may feel that funds, the missing funds that they spent on a variety of equipment and other border security operations, whereas the state, it's hard to say exactly how that would play out. This is a really big amount of money, though. We're talking about $1 billion over 5 years. So obviously lawmakers and the governor's office really want to see this come in. In terms of how likely, Governor Hobbs definitely seemed hopeful today. But again, she did talk about it being competitive, which, is a bit of a worrying sign in some ways. But really the best comment we got there from the governor was she hopes this doesn't get politicized. So she's definitely worried that whether it's the president or other actors within the Trump administration, that this could become yet another sort of ball passed back and forth between the parties. Definitely don't want to see that, of course, especially from the governor's office. They want to get this money back, but it's hard to say what could happen if we don't get it back at this point.
It's already been spent.
It's already been spent.
Yeah, so it's kind of like, it might just be a matter of, well, we didn't get it. We're going to have to figure it out some other way.
And this is ongoing work, of course, too. Yes. So it's if we were to get this money back, it would likely be used to fund the work that is still happening now as well.
Right.
Coming up, a former... sorry, Bowen. Thank you so much. Have a great night. I'm excited to talk about this next story.
I can tell.
A former Arizona senator. She finds herself in some hot water. Could she soon have to pay big bucks? We'll tell you what she's accused of and how much she might have to pay next. We're less than 5 minutes away from more on that story and another check on traffic. KTAR News Time, 6:36. I'm not just excited to talk about that story. I, of course, was excited to talk with Bowen about his big story with Arizona trying to get $1 billion back. And if I had $1 billion, I could make all the soda meals I ever want to make, Becky Lynn.
For all of us.
Yes. Every day I could go to the grocery store, stock up on chicken and steak and all the delicious things that you love to eat when you go to the grocery store, because Soda Diet Nutrition, that's where you can check them out online. SodaDietNutrition.com. They're really all about the stuff that you love to eat. Those delicious whole foods, dips, even alcohol. 1-866-800-SODA is the number that you need to call right now. Make sure to mention KTAR. 866-800-SODA. And you can learn all about these delicious foods, because when you say diet, a lot of people think, oh, you're going to be eating just the most bland, boring cardboard. It's not going to taste good. That's not the way soda is. Soda doesn't involve any shots. There's no pills. It's eating great tasting grocery store food that you can make for yourself. SodaDietNutrition.com. You can check out hundreds of meals online once you get signed up there. SodaDietNutrition.com, or call them at 866-800-SODA and find out about their end of summer offers. 866-800-SODA. Ask about those end of summer offers right now. Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
It's time for A Little Laugh, brought to you by Sonic.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Tang. Tang who? You're welcome.
Keep listening for more little laughs during the Give-a-thon, brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Here's the deal. The government is over $38 trillion in debt, which means the IRS isn't slowing down. And the tax code is complex and unforgiving. So it's not surprising if you're one of the millions of Americans that owe back taxes to the IRS. Unfortunately, they're the world's most powerful collection agency, with the ability to garnish your wages, seize your bank accounts, and even take your home or business. But don't be stressed or worried any longer. We're Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. We have resolved over $3 billion in tax debt for our clients. Our award-winning professionals deal with the IRS every single day, protecting our clients and preparing them for the best possible resolution. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, give Optima a call today.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
Scorpions don't hate you. Ain't got the brains for hate. What they got is a tail full of bad intentions. Been living in this desert since the dirt was new. Think they got squatters' rights to your laundry basket.
Nate here, owner of Blue Sky Pest Control. Scorpions may have squatters' rights to the desert, but not to your property. Call 602 Blue Sky today. Real pest science, real protection. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
The opponents of flock cameras say there's a lot more to the story. We'll discuss it on the Mike Broomhead Show tomorrow morning starting at 8:15. Watch on the YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
It is 6:41. Thank you for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Becky Lynn, right here with Joe Huizenga.
Former U.S. Senator Kyrsten Sinema testified under oath for the first time about her affair with a gentleman named Matthew Amell, a member of her security detail who was married at the time. The deposition excerpts, easy for me to say, were filed in federal court ahead of a hearing that could decide whether Amell's ex-wife and her lawsuit survive here. Now, Sinema was deposed at the end of July in Raleigh, North Carolina, in Heather Amell's alienation of affection suit, Becky Lynn.
I've heard of this.
Under the state's homewrecker law. Amell is seeking at least $75,000, arguing that the former Arizona senator, quote, willfully and intentionally contributed to the collapse of her 14-year marriage. Joining us now is KTAR News legal analyst Barry Markson. And Barry, anything else to really explain the case there? Did I get the gist of it pretty much right?
Yeah, I think you set it up well, Joe. It's an interesting case. We don't have this in Arizona. There's only a handful of states that have this alienation of affection law, but it really sets up, kind of jilted spouses to go after not the ex-spouse, but against the person who had the affair with the ex-spouse.
So this is in North Carolina. I'm assuming then that her security person, Mr. Amel, is that how you pronounce it?
I said Amel. Amel.
We'll go with Amel. Mr. Amel lived in North Carolina with his wife, Heather. Is that correct? That's why it's under this state's home record law?
Yes, so it's a North Carolina law to it. And then Kyrsten Sinema's lawyers removed this to federal court. And what they're arguing here is that in order for the North Carolina law to be effective, the injury, in essence, here has to have been done in North Carolina. And the only touch point that apparently there is to North Carolina here, she never had a relationship with Mr. Amel in North Carolina. She had in other states as she was traveling around, and he was security. But there was a text that she sent to him that he received one text while he was in North Carolina. And her attorneys are trying to use that to say that's enough contact for North Carolina law for this to go into effect and to keep the case alive and not be dismissed.
So the text, 13 words, it said, quote, "I miss you, putting my hand on your heart, I'll see you soon." So, Barry, you're our legal analyst. Is that enough to keep this case alive? One 13-word text message? What do you think's going to happen in court here?
I think there's a chance that it could be dismissed, but that is a contact. So he read that text while he was in North Carolina. It was received there. I don't know that that's necessarily the type of contact that the law envisions, but it could be enough to keep it alive. But I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if the judge dismisses it here, saying that the bad acts that the ex-wife alleges really occurred outside of North Carolina. He didn't, and not to be too graphic, but they didn't sleep together in North Carolina. They were never together in North Carolina. That never happened. So that occurred in Washington, D.C. It occurred in Arizona. It occurred in other states. And that's really where that alienation occurred. Now, it's not just those types of acts where the alienation occurs, obviously. It's an ongoing relationship. So the fact that there was at least some contact with North Carolina could be enough to keep it alive in that state.
Barry, how did they come up with $75,000? That seems like an odd amount for this.
It's somewhat low, Becky, to be honest with you.
I agree.
Especially with a senator. She's got money.
Yes. Some of the other lawsuits in North Carolina that involved this law actually ended up with damages of multiples of millions of dollars. So I thought that was a low amount. It was, I think, indicating to me, number one, that the touch points in North Carolina are low. And it may also just be that I don't know this, obviously, but that maybe the wife is just trying to make a point and just trying to embarrass former Senator Sinema and her ex-husband. It's also interesting to point out that the wife has said publicly that she believes that her ex-husband was manipulating both her and Senator Sinema, that the husband is a liar and a manipulator. And so it could just be this is more symbolic than about money.
Gotcha.
So why would she be suing Sinema then if she feels that her husband was the one who was doing the lying and the manipulating here, Barry? I mean, they're already divorced, so it's not as though she can be seeking more money from him in a potential divorce. It seems like this is kind of all or nothing, and like she's throwing him under the bus as well, saying that Sinema might have been manipulated by him as well, almost painting her out to be the victim.
Yeah, I don't know that it's quite making Senator Sinema the victim here, but really I think she's obviously very upset with her ex-husband.
Yeah.
But this is what you can do. I mean, there's only so much you can do in a divorce case now. Most every state has laws that, you don't need an at-fault divorce. You don't have to show a reason why. You can just get divorced. And this is the way that people can punish their ex-spouse for cheating on them. It's, if you know anyone who has been cheated on, or if you know anybody who's been divorced as a result of that, there's really no penalty. Somebody can cheat and then get divorced, and they can get a lot of money, or there's no penalty for it. North Carolina has a penalty, and this ex-wife is utilizing that.
Barry Markson, we're talking about this lawsuit that's involving former Senator Kyrsten Sinema over the affair that she had when she was still a senator. So, Barry, if the case is dismissed, What would be next for the wife? I'm like you. I don't think she's seeking money. That is too low of an amount. And they didn't get divorced anyway until this all came out, correct? I mean, they were married and this happened and then they divorced. So if it gets dismissed and they're already divorced, it's over, right?
Right. If the court dismisses this, obviously she could appeal, but short of an appeal being granted, that would be the end of it. And yes, this occurred after the affair. It was her husband. Apparently, he was intoxicated at some point and either read to her or let her see a text from Senator Sinema, and that's what revealed the affair. And then that's what started the separation and divorce. So it's look, if you're married and your spouse cheats on you, there's a loss of trust there. It's very difficult, and divorce is difficult for all the parties. This is really an interesting law. Again, we don't have this in Arizona. It's not something we have to deal with here, but it is a very interesting law. And in North Carolina, apparently it's utilized, and it can result in multi-million-dollar verdicts. So this is a big thing. Here, I think it's more symbolic and certainly embarrassing for Senator Sinema.
And it's headed back to court on Wednesday, right, Barry? So we should have some idea by Wednesday evening which way this is headed.
Alienation of affection.
Yeah, keep in mind the judge. You're right, Joe. But the judge could take it under advisement. The judge may not rule on the motion right away. So if they could, the judge could rule right away, or we could have to wait a little bit to see the results, the decision in writing.
KTAR News legal analyst Barry Markson.
Thank you, Barry.
Thank you, Barry. You're the best. We appreciate it.
Thanks, everybody.
Hey, let's get a check on traffic. We're going to go now to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Becky, Joe, thank you so much. Mesa with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstation Freeway eastbound near Alma School Road. Tempe with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Price Freeway southbound near Southern Avenue. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Buick GMC. Get up to $15,000 off a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, or visit EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight's low should be right around 90 with mostly clear skies. Tomorrow, it's going to be 111 degrees overnight, mostly clear with a low around 90 once again. No monsoon activity until at least Thursday is what I'm seeing right now. And in Queen Creek, it's 106 degrees. Weather's brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com.
Coming up in less than 5 minutes, measles has been on the rise in the U.S. this year, and particularly here in Arizona. We'll have the latest data on vaccination rates next.
Well, it's Give-a-thon week, and Becky Lynn and I cannot encourage you strongly enough to rally for the kids. Give-a-thon week is presented by Valley Hyundai Dealers, and Y Refi is here, and every donation helps kids at Phoenix Children's. Don't wait. Text GIVE to 620-620. That's 620-620. Or call the Train phone bank at 602-933-4567. 602-933-4567. Do it right now. Become a champion of hope. KTAR News Time is 6:51.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
We all want the confidence to spend more and make memories in retirement. Here's Greg Ayler talking about the impact that made on his parents.
My mom's a school teacher. My dad was a factory worker. So they lived their lives very responsibly and some would say frugally. She takes the entire family and the grandkids down to the islands for New Year's. I tell you what, they talk about that trip every time I see them.
Join Greg Ayler for a different look at retirement. Sunday mornings at 11 here on KTAR, Arizona's news station.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
John always listens to his truck. So when his brakes start talking,
he goes to AutoZone, where a helpful AutoZoner gets him the right parts. If John has time to put them in, he borrows a kit with Loan-A-Tool. And if he doesn't, he gets a free shop referral. No hassles, just help. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Deposit required for Loan-A-Tool. Restrictions apply.
When you see this in your kitchen,
The stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
you hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves, or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
It's Gatos, and when's the last time you bit into an apple without thinking twice? For a lot of folks around the valley, it's been years. Failing teeth and loose dentures have a way of quietly shrinking your life. The foods you skip, the photos you avoid, the laugh you hold back. Listen, that does not have to be your story anymore. At Aria Dental Implant Center, my friend Dr. Joe has completed more than 3,000 full-mouth implant treatments. Qualifying patients leave surgery with a fixed set of teeth that same day and can receive the final custom zirconia smile in as little as 21 days, not months, days. Every case is different, so it starts with a complimentary 3D CT scan and consultation. No cost, no pressure, no obligation. Call 602-877-0429, or you can go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. Tell them Gato sent you, and go get that apple back.
Hey, it's Austin with Moxie Pest Control. When I was a kid, we didn't have much. One day, a box showed up on our doorstep. No name, no note, just things we really needed at the time. I was probably 7 or 8, and I still remember opening it and feeling what real kindness felt like. That's why we show up the way we do at Moxie Pest Control, because one small act of kindness can mean everything.
Make the move to Moxie. Call Moxie Pest Control.
LaDonna here. Arizona's largest foreign employer and one of our biggest trading partners is about to get popped with a 50% tariff. Are we going to feel the pinch? Find out tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News. Catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Welcome back to Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga.
I'm Becky Lynn. Among our top stories today, new government figures show vaccination rates just keep going down.
Vaccination rates among kids continue to decline in the U.S. The latest CDC numbers show that 92.4% of kindergartners in the latest school year were vaccinated against measles. It's a drop of 2.5 percentage points since pre-pandemic and leaves over 280,000 kids without protection against the virus amid record-breaking infections. The rate of kids with a vaccine exemption hitting a record high at 4.2%. Yuri Benajad, ABC News, New York.
14 people have been charged with running a cocaine trafficking ring out of 2 Penn State fraternity houses.
Prosecutors allege that the cocaine trafficking operation centered on the Delta Upsilon and the Sigma Chi fraternity houses, where large quantities of cocaine were brought in from Philadelphia for distribution to students on campus. 13 current and former students were charged in connection with the operation, as well as the father of a student who allegedly tampered with evidence in the case. Penn State says they're cooperating with law enforcement and that the fraternities involved are either suspended or no longer recognized by the school. Peter Haralambous, ABC News, New York.
All right, Becky Lynn, want to news volley here quickly?
I think we have a little time. You want to start or you want me to?
I would like to start because I really love this story.
All
and
right,
it can put you in an awkward position, which
Okay.
I always
Which
enjoy.
you love, okay.
An alleged shoplifter was confronted by an elderly woman who pulled out a handgun in an Arizona parking lot, turning the unsuspecting vigilante into an internet sensation.
I saw this.
There you go. Footage was uploaded to X. It showed a woman brandishing a firearm, walking down a man who appeared to be running off with several purses. The alleged shoplifter was confronted by the elderly woman in a parking lot of a Tucson Ross, and legal experts said that the elderly vigilante's actions could have landed her in hot water with the law. Aiming a weapon in this case could potentially lead to charges of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. And, of course, it's a danger that puts the public at risk as well. So, Becky Lynn, whose side are you on here? Did this elderly woman do the right or wrong thing?
I don't like the idea of somebody pulling a gun in a parking lot and pointing it at anybody.
So you don't think this grandma was doing the right thing?
Let me ask you a question. I saw the picture of the guy, and he looks like he's got
had
a
like
bunch of
6 purses.
Well, it looks like backpacks and things.
Big bags, yeah.
Are we positive he stole them? Did she say, may I see your receipt? I'm just curious how she knew he stole them.
Becky Lynn, unbelievable. I'm putting you down for pro shoplifting now.
No, I'm not pro shoplifting. I'm pro not getting killed in the parking lot of a Tucson Ross. Okay, do I have time to throw you one, or do we have to? We're about out of. Well, maybe no, probably.
We can
not.
save it for tomorrow.
I'll save it for tomorrow, but it's really good ones. So.
Electric cars, they're becoming increasingly popular. Tomorrow, though, Jim and LaDonna are going to be talking about one that's a little bit out of our budget. Wait till you hear about this very fancy electric car tomorrow on Tech Tuesday on Arizona's Morning News. You can check it out from 5 till 8 right here on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Is it fancier than your electric car?
It's much fancier than my electric car. Mine is very average.
Yours is the low level. It's electric and then just all the basics.
Yeah, it's nice. It gets me point A to point B, but it's not like this car.
All right. Can't wait to see more about that. All right. I've got a good story for you tonight. There's a place for everyone and everything to make their mark. For some dogs who are wildly loved but have come up a little short in the magic mirror department, there's the world's ugliest dog contest. And it happened on Friday in California at the Sonoma County Fair. And yes, people bring their dogs from around the world to compete. First place this year, Jenny Lou, a pug rescue with a tongue that just hangs all the way to her neck.
A pug, I love pugs.
It won't fit in her mouth. She competed wearing a double strand of pearls, kind of like Barbara Bush. Second prize went to Pinky, an albino Pomeranian Chihuahua mix, who some commented looked a little more like a possum than a dog, but Pinky's $3,000 richer, so there. And third place to Otto, a Chihuahua mix who could definitely do with a little orthodontia work, but he has a great personality. And you can go and see these winning beauties online. Google World's Ugliest Dog Contest 2026, and you will fall in love. I guarantee it.
I love it. The Chad Benson Show is up next after the latest national headlines. More news.